As the spring season and semester starts, the University of Hawaii Overwatch team enters the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West Open Qualifiers as one of 20 teams looking for one of 8 bids to the West Regional and then eventually get a bid to the CECC Finals, wherever that may be. First, though, the University of Hawaii has to get through the Open Qualifiers, and it all starts with UHG taking on the Navy team from UC San Diego. It's a Big West matchup, and it all starts right now. As we say, aloha, friends, and welcome to the UHG Sports broadcast of Day 1 of the CECC West Open Qualifiers. Alongside Joao Klutschke with you, taking you through the day, and as long as UH can go, because it is a double elimination bracket, at least for this portion, and we'll give you more information as we get through the day. But for the UH team, a roster change for this team to start the spring semester, which we'll get to coming up. But talking with one of the team members, they feel like they have a good chance to make some noise this weekend. And Joao, this team, it looks like they are all prepped and ready to go to make sure that they get a bid into the CECC West side.
It has been a really, really interesting semester so far. Like you mentioned, there's a very, very crucial substitution that has been made in the lineup. One of the most integral players historically on the UH Esports lineup has been subbed out for another player. Math Dealer is out for Small Left.
Yeah, Small Left comes in as the tank side for the University of Hawaii now. Otherwise, most of the changes you will see here are pretty much very similar to what we saw throughout the earlier semester back in fall. River got Akamai, Banana Lumpia as well. The Hanzo right now, we can say OW. So regular lineup that you will see here for UCSD Navy. This is their junior varsity squad. So Fish, Deity, Obito, Espirit, and Esprit, as well as Reese Cubs all on your lineup. So here we go, underway. First map is going to be Nepal's side. We'll talk about more of the University of Hawaii squad later on, as well as the UCSD side for the JV team. 6-4 throughout their entire Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming. That would have been the last tournament that they would have been spotted in. Maywall comes up. That's going to trap out the Sigma for just a couple of moments. Good thing you've got the lap, and good thing you've got some good feeling. Akamai, though, starts us off with the first blood onto Reese Cubs. Second, screening out for a headshot on Stevie right away. It's going to be the Ravenous Vortex coming out, but the University of Hawaii just really can't get any entry in. And now is a little bit stuck next to the main wall of UCSB Navy now. Small Left goes down, and this is probably going to be a fight win here for the Tritons out of San Diego, as they will back them all the way up, and UCSD starts off with a point.
We're seeing two completely different comps coming out of the different camps. On the island side, we are seeing a bit of a poke composition, but potentially looking to maybe swap in for that signature Junkrat that Say is known for. And taking a look at UCSD's comp, it's just a completely big bunker down rush type setup that is going to need to be compacted just a little bit with the help of that nice Discord board. But we're going to see what the engagement has as UH retakes the point.
You need to retake the point here, get rid of the immortality field at the very least, and that's going to be big for at least a chromatic flux. That's going to go up, gets at least 2 up inside of it, and Small Left then, both Say getting their final blow kills. It's going to be just a Lucio left to go. Pizza, though, is able to find a kill into Akamai, making this a 4v3 scenario just to try to capture the point, but everybody falling low for right now. Say's in a lot of trouble just trying to get back up to the point. They will keep contesting it. The Tritons are giving them a good run for it, but UHE eventually lands up capping the point, flipping it at 43.
This is what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about Say's critical plays on this Junkrat here. Say has been one of the players to potentially take UH to that next level, all on the back of this Junkrat play. Character that he doesn't see a whole lot of play in the higher tiers of competitive play, but when you have somebody like Say who's a master of the craft of his character, taking on the reins, especially complementing the rest of this comp, there's nothing that can stop them.
See it now as Ultimate's coming back up online. You've got the Application Matrix alongside of Transcendence coming. Riptire also almost available as well. Small Left in a lot of trouble here. Good thing you got rid of the wall and you got space in the wall as well, thanks to the Application Matrix to put up most of it. Now you've got rid of the immortality field. May will start to live. There's going to be the blizzard that's going to be thrown out in the middle. It's going to capture at least 2. Transcendence is there to help you out, though, and there's no auto to worry about. However, what is there to worry about is a bump off of the map from Fish. That's going to get rid of Banana Lumpia, and the ultimately landing up on UCSD's side as they get headed back.
Oh, potentially a bit of an overzealous Riptire then from Say, as the rest of the team, well, maybe it worked out in the end.
Maybe it did work out in the end. Maybe overzealous. Not so much, as they do get at least 1 kill for right now. Baptiste falling oh so low. Even a concussion mine will take care of that. Unfortunately, nothing doing there for right now. UCSD keeping hold of the point. The rest of the team will start to follow up. So the chance for the point at the very least. Now there's going to be the overclock being used by Obito. Akamai using theirs in the previous fight. No ultimates here for UHE Sports. Application Matrix plus the overclock used as well. That's going to force back the UHE team. They go all the way back into the side room. Now it's going to be up to them to push this in almost a dry fight, except watch out for Esprit. Go ahead and annihilation here, but a little bit of stuck now is a lot of people falling oh so low. 88%. This is going to be final point territory now as they push it on in. There's going to be the aggression at least being pulled on for right now. again, it's going to be the Annihilation available. The Annihilation is available to them, and now they even get rid of the Annihilation very early on as well. Soldier kept inside of it. They're going to keep themselves alive here with the Gravitic Flux just to capitalize, but it's 99-42 last fight territory for UCSD.
Extremely scrappy fight that we just saw right now. Ultimates were potentially a bit of the name of the game right there. Is UH really only needed to commit one ultimate there, but granted, look at what UCSD gave up. That Ramattra ultimate and the overclock in that fight are very, very important ultimates, but looking at how much time is left on the clock and how much percentage has been ticked up on the side of San Diego, I don't think they're going to be worrying about this too much. But then again, look on the side of UH. River God, 82%, Say 90% on that Riptire. A lot of pressure being applied onto this Ramattra as well, but we're going to have to see how this takes place.
Triton's needing to find something here, and already you've got the mine taking care of one. Akamai with a disruptor shot finds another. You get a big ping onto the Zenyatta, but is it going to be big enough? Banana Luffy is in a lot of trouble thanks to the Soldier in combination in the window. Just dancing around it, is able to find OW2 with a dance around the application matrix. Huge for the UH team, and now they just got to get rid of the Baptiste here for both of the healers down. 89% along the way here. Oh, it's going to be the Lucio left to go. They bring out the Doomfish just to touch the point. 93%. This is close for the moment. Albert save falling also low in the May Icicle is able to find save. Now it's just a little bit of the back of the scenario. It's just try to contest it as much as you can. Good accretion on the Lucio. No follow regardless though. Into the Icicle to the rivalry for right now just to stick by. And now falling also low. Could very well die here. It does.
Oh, that was a big
and that is such a huge pick. The sound barrier doesn't come in time for Fish. And now the rest of the team from UH can follow up. It's going to be overclock for secondary fire shot here. They get rid of one. The Lucio's the last one to go here. They get rid of the Lucio. The overtime clock starts to bleed out. And UH wins an unfathomable comeback for them. 100-99 to start us off. We got a good series coming up, but UHE starts off 1-0.
Oh, I can tell that this series is going to be a very interesting one. We're seeing two different clashing styles come into play. UH wanted to play a little bit more of that poke style, but you can't knock out UCSD just yet. Obito and Fish were so close to saving that for UCSD right there. But mental resolve and the camaraderie that is being shown out of the island side of this fight can never count down the University of Hawaii.
The University of Hawaii right now on their journey, never count them out indeed, because this team is resilient. You go back to the last time they were in the CECC last year in the West Open qualifiers. They made it to the CECC West Regional in Group A as well. They're in the same group they were last year. They beat Arizona 3-1, lost to UCSD 3-1, beating Arizona again 3-2 in order to make the regional. So this team is scrappy. They are ready to go. Let's see if they can start off their day with a W on the board. 14 seconds left to go until this control point unlocks here. Going with the Ramattra setup. It's a signal. Doesn't do well, I guess, here for them. They decide to switch that off, and the May already have the Claw Freezer, the great wall from Say earlier on. Akamai around the corner just trying to find this Baptiste, who already has to use the Immortality Field for themselves. That's a big thing for them now if they want to play this. However, Smollett in a lot of trouble thanks to another good May wall. Espirito Vito finding their final blows, and now it's just going to be the gang around here. UH Esports can only find maybe one here if Banana Luffy can find anything, but it's a clean wipe as UCSD starts it off.
That was a pretty consistent fight right there, as we just see the aggression from UCSD overwhelming the backline of University of Hawaii, just completely putting so much pressure onto Small Left. Keep in mind, Math Dealer has been this team's tank for the last couple semesters now, so there is still a bit of growing pains that need to be worked out with Small Left in the roster now. But knowing the University of Hawaii, I don't know if that's going to be too much of an issue.
Small Left literally coming from the Kamehameha schools. The freshman here for the University of Hawaii, so indeed growing pains could very well come into play now as they get rid of Akamai at the very least. Small Left, though, is able to go ahead and use the Nemesis form to punch away at the Reese Cup. So DPS for a support, but as I say that, the is able to get rid of Banana Luffy, and this now fight is just getting worse and worse for the University of Hawaii. 29%, they are able to flip it back to them, but it's not going to last for much longer. UHE will give themselves a little bit of a percentage before the Tritons take it back.
And again, we're seeing that just potentially bit of lack of experience on Small Left right there, as he's just getting completely overwhelmed by the rush composition that UCSD is pushing out to them. Remember, as you mentioned, freshmen coming out of Kamehameha schools versus UCSD, who, as we remember last year, was the one to take UH down in that initial qualifying match. But again, we're just going to need to see how the rest of the match will play out.
As they move right on in, they're going to come from the side. Trying this time, Application Matrix is going to be used. Fish is able to take care of Akamai, but the Application Matrix still out and about, which means they have to be wary of it. Banana Luffy is going for some kind of flank here, which doesn't really work out as long as you're in the face of an overclock, and Obita hitting their shots, not good news. 67%, they want to back up. They get the Maywall to back up for right now to regroup, but UH needs some kind of answer. They need it soon.
There's only about 25 seconds left on the clock, 75% ticking up and up. Look at the ultimates that are on the side of UCSD versus that on UH. There is no overclock on site, sure, but those May ultimates are going to be the name of the game right here as we see one of them coming out immediately.
There's going to be blizzards on either side here. Who's going to get the better of it? It looks like UHE is with Smoliv, Banana, Lupia both finding their picks for right now. Trying to see if they can get inside of the point. And in general, just trying to recap this thing, it looks like they can. Obito's got to run for their life if they even want to stay alive in this. They're going to force the overtime clock for right now. The Lucio can only do so much healing in that scenario. The Lucio will back off UHE there. One fight territory, and this one's a little bit deeper of a difference.
Now the hill needs to be climbed up there. Sisyphus needs to start pushing the rock back up the hill. But look on the ultimates that we have on the side of UH versus that on UCSD. There is 2 sound barriers online and there is 2 annihilations on the board, but Akamai did not use the overclock in that fight. So this is going to give them the advantage that they need to potentially keep snowballing this back in their favor.
See, there's going to be the disruptor shot, getting rid of Smolin for a little while. Now the overclock from the top rope. Akamai is there. Soundbar is going to be used by both sides pretty much simultaneously. None getting the wiser. However, Obito gets rid of Akamai, and that's not a good thing. Annihilations will not trade. As soon as the sound barriers come out and about, Smolin is able to find one on to the Baptiste. However, Esprit counters that as well as Deity. Smolin does get rid of the Ramattra on the other end, and Smolin is going nuts here because these could be the kills that make the difference. 61% that will flip back to UCSD. However, Say is back into the point with the May, has the crowd freeze available just to hold on, is on the line, just on the cusp of it, and only the Lucio, and now you got rid of the healer as well. It's going to be the overclock being used by the soldier known as Obito. Only the immortality field gotten rid of. They have the Doomfist down and about as Smolin changes on over from that Ramattra just to touch the point to help his team contest. Disruptor shot though is huge, gets rid of Obito, which was very much a threat to them. And now they start getting rid of kills, and I would say the hero of that fight is Smolin because staying alive is the Ramattra, and now coming back with the Doomfist doing well off work for them.
Oh, clearly Smolin needs to be taken out to Canes or to somewhere after this for saving that fight for them. Completely scrappy fight, but look at what they were able to accomplish. 71% and ticking up, keeping UH in this round. The compositions are going to be a little all over the place with a bit of a hybrid between dive and rush, but this is exactly what they need. The ultimates that are coming online are exactly what UH needs in order to stay in this round, potentially closing it out early before going to a round 3.
There's going to be the Blizzard out there. The Blizzard's going to catch at least 2 people inside of this. That's a Ramattra. That's huge for you. Say's good with that. And the Soundbar comes up before Fish does. And that just means UH can run in and just absolutely take over this point. 97%. It's the Lucio and the Soldier that's just left to touch. However, one goes down. The other looking to go down as well. And UH makes it down from the brink. From 15%, they come all the way back up the hill. They will win in 199 on both the Sanctum and the Shrine. And UHE starts off the series 1-0.
Oh, Small Left is proving why he is on this roster as is. There was one person that needed to save that fight for them, and it was him. That Annihilation was able to keep them in this game, give enough time for the May to come back into the fight, saving UH from going to a round 3 on Nepal.
Excellent round overall. Both sides going 199 to Shrine. A little more dicey, but both of these teams well off and ready to play here. They're raring to go because this game becomes also more important, and that round becomes also more important. We'll talk about that later on. First and foremost, to qualify into this regional, you first of all got to get a win into the groups. Top 4 make it from each group. There are 4 groups of 5, meaning 20 teams here. To make it into the round of 16 bracket, you got to get at least 1 win to secure your spot. UH already in the best of 5 scenario, first to 3, getting themselves a 1-0 lead. Great start for them. However, not only would they need a win inside of the group stage, but they would also need a win inside of the round of 16 bracket, which is technically seeding purposes. However, to make it into the top 8 regional coming up later on, I believe in March, that would secure them a win in the groups as well as that 1 win in the round of 16 bracket. That is not a double elimination bracket. We'll get to that if they make it later on. But again, a win here would be so huge for them as well as momentum going into this. However, if they win this, winning on the other side, it could very well be a Boise State group that, well, as we all know, Boise State, one of the premier groups inside of the collegiate sports arena. So this is going to, esports arena, I should say. So this is going to be a challenge uphill in Group A. But again, only to make it out is going to be just a win needed. So next map coming up for this team, we just got told, and if I can get it one more time, sorry about that.
It looks like we are moving over to Nambani next round.
Yes,
and Numbani is historically a bit of a weird map when it comes to how you play the game. Typically, you see a lot of bunker on first point, but then you also see potentially swaps over to dive, and especially with like a lot of recent changes up in the meta, seeing between if we're gonna see maybe more of a Winston or more of a Doomfist play. I know Doomfist has risen a lot more in popularity as of recently. Now, if you ask me personally, I think all ranked Doom players are just inferior Winston players. Not adding anyone, just saying. Winston is definitely the superior character there. But we'll see how it shakes up with the university's comp.
Yeah, so for UCSD, again, the Navy team, their JV team, looking to see if they can bring one back, or otherwise the University of Hawaii will give themselves the 2-0 lead. Now, there is no set map type for those that know this scenario at all, because the rules changed a little bit from last year. There is now a rule where teams may not choose more, and this is quoting the exact rule, said teams may not choose the same mode more than 3 times in a single match, and may not repeat the same game, same map or game mode combo in a series as well. So that rules get a little bit shifted, so we move on over from control to that hybrid point. Nimbani's going to be our next map here in just a couple of moments, but also want to reiterate as well that there is a lot to play for here, because again, a win here would automatically land them in the round of 16 and eventually could lead them into the regionals, West regionals. Now, the last year they did this, last year, or I should say the last CECC West, they did play in that Group A, got a 2-1 record to make it to the top 8, went up to Boise State actually to play in that regional. Unfortunately, would go 0-2 against UCLA. UNLV would not make the Final Four playoff scenario there, but either way, CECC West Regional, another goal for the University of Hawaii to try and make the program just a little bit stronger. So here we go for this game. Numbani, our next map up, and we can see University of Hawaii will be on the attacking side, UCSD defending-wise. And for UCSD, we're talking about the dive earlier on. You have the Winston come up. You have the Echo as well. The Ash very prominent in this situation as well. UH going with a little bit differently, although Smoliv going on the Roadhog. Don't know if they know that the Ana's right there with them, although changing it up maybe a little bit, but again, it could be a bait at the start.
And also take a look at 2 of the players over on the side of UCSD. Blade and Aureus are coming in for Esprit and Obito, so potentially shaking things up for the side of San Diego. But we're going to see how it plays in as we start taking the round on Numbani here.
Let's take a look here as they go along now, as kind of just get up, and I like this composition here. Well, I like this composition that they're going up right now. They're going to teleport all the way onto the other side. This is just going to give them so much room. However, they smell that out right away. Deity's able to get rid of save. For the moment, that's the symmetric gone for right now. However, still the space being taken, and now they're just split up.
But this is such a crucial loss on the side of UH. Not having that Symmetra means that your comp is no longer as mobile as you need. Winston and Echo are able to just freely fly and soar around the map as they please. Remember, the Reinhardt is an extremely static pick, and especially when you're running straight first into an Ash and an Echo Fire, that can be really difficult when you don't have teleports on you.
Let's see, they're going to fire away now as waiting in general. Trying to find some kind of space here. The Winston's just going to keep diving, and the charge will not go. However, just landing short. They are looking like they are able to take at least 1 free tick for them because of so much pressure, especially with the Bastion from above. And now they have a couple of people waiting behind, but that's what the Tracer's for. Application Matrix up so early on, and that's just going to rip away at the Echo, who has to hide for their lives. That's a 2nd free tick. I don't know if anybody's going to contest this the way this is going right now. They finally do contest it, but it might be too little, way too late, as Echo goes down, Ash goes down. Here's the Yachty going down as well, and it's just a fight here just before the nano-boosted Winston, who really is not going to be able to do much of anything considering it's just the Ana left to go. They will get rid of the Winston. They get the point, and 5 minutes on the clock for UNG.
A last-second Hail Mary to try and use that Winston Nano to try and get some lasting points, or maybe contest the point for as long as you can on the side of UCSD. But remember, the one thing that was completely setting aside the University of Hawaii from UCSD from recapping that point is Akamai on this Bastion. Bastion and Winston, historically not a good matchup, especially as Akamai just takes out Fish completely out of the fight with that artillery strike, as Smollett also picks out Glade in the meantime.
Big plays from them for right now. You can see the ultimate line as well. You've got the Pulse Bomb available for Say, and UCSD coming up with really nothing. That Nano Boost invested and is losing, basically, well, what's a losing fight. Not a good look here for the Tritons overall. So let's see. Pulse Bomb gets thrown out, nothing doing. And now they're just going to try to advance this around the corner. A lot of free space being taken, but right here, this is one of the tougher points to fight on. See if UHE can take it.
And we're going to see the dive v dive matchup as Akamai snipes Deity out of the game as more pressure is being applied onto the Winston from the Tracer here, but Glade using that beam to just completely take Akamai away from the game as Glade transforms into the Ana for about 3 seconds until he is firmly taken out of the game. a lot of pressure just being applied onto this Winston right over here to just keep UCSD off this cart. Primal Rage is going to be popped to just slam as many people across the map as we can, and UH going to be forced back for just a little bit as the Winston is currently taking a nap on the side over here and taken out by Akamai.
Taken out by Akamai. They're going to try to force this one in now as they've got the man advantage. They get rid of Deity as well, so that's a big one. No more flanking possibilities either, so they're just going to let this one go in for free. 4:46 on the clock. And now you've got the Nano Boost, you've got the Pulse Bomb, you've got pretty much 4 ultimates coming online for UHE. UCSD investing that Primal Rage. They can build that up pretty quickly knowing this team, but again, yeah, you get the Tracer dev. The Tracer is still going to come back very quickly, mind you. So with UCSD switching on over to the Genji, I'm wondering if this is just to try to counter that out, but Banana Lupia on the Brigida is just going to counter that. So for UCSD, just maybe going for comfort picks, if anything, for the base dive. I don't know about this, though. UHE's on a roll right now.
A limp pool noodle is nothing against the mace to the face right up here, as the Nano Boost is going to be thrown onto Smolov to just apply as much pressure to the backline. He's having trouble finding anyone in the back, returning back to the front. Kate can delay it out of the fight with the help of River God, as the overclock is coming online for Akamai, and the rally popped by Banana, putting as much pressure as we can on Winston over here, and just completely taking Aureus out of the fight. Rally is going to be popped in tandem on the side of UCSD, keeping Fish alive for a few more minutes, but not enough to see as the Tracer is sleeping on the point, sniped out by Banana Lumpia with the help of River God. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock, but...
Yeah, that rally was so huge for them to get rid of. So now UCSD comes into this fight absolutely empty, absolutely nothing here. They can't even touch the point. I don't think so, because the Primary sleeps them off for a little while. They get rid of the Winston right now. It's just going to be the Genji on. They do have just a couple of more options left, but no one's able to touch. For UHE, they go uno, dos, adios, completing the entire map. And Nuvani, 3:22, only 38 seconds under that standard time bank of 4 minutes. And we were talking about this with the dive. UHE making some swaps. And I said earlier on, this team feels like they can make some noise. Well, noise they are making indeed.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure UH only suffered about 3 or 4 deaths that entire round as well. Such a dominant showing from the side of the University of Hawaii, as UCSD was just unable to stop the dive, stop the rush. And I don't know if it's potentially just experience or maybe it's just camaraderie that UH has, but there was a lot of personal mistakes being made on the side of UCSD. That rally at the end was maybe a little overzealous, potentially wanted to save it if there was a potential recontest, but we're going to see any potential adjustments that UCSD is going to be making on their attack. Looking like a dive v dive defense and a dive v dive attack once more.
Merchants needed to find something here, and I mean, we'll see what UHE decides to bring out. Again, they're going to bring out the Tracer, they're going to bring out the Sojourn, and the Brigida there to stop this as well, to stop what could be very well a Tracer on Deity's side. And so Banana Lupia doing their job extendedly well. UCSD, I feel like they expended a lot of alternates they shouldn't have, right? Earlier on, they expended the Nano Boost in that losing fight in the 2v5, what basically was a 2v5. And then they used the rally to pop out, even though they could have used it on the next fight afterwards to try to contest the cart. Nothing doing there. So UCSD making some ults pop, but you're not getting a lot of value out of it, I would say, for right now. And that's why you see the lack of kills there for UCSD. So as they approach this very first corner, they got to decide what they want to do. They don't have a Symmetra like UHE did last time to put the pressure on. This time they got to go for main.
And now we're going to see the Tracer duel between Sei and Deity once more again, as River God is throwing in that, playing a good game of basketball, throwing in the biotic grenade into the backline. A lot of poke damage going here and on, as some little skirmishes are happening on the point, as Deity is taken very, very low. The recall is there to get their health back just in time. The health pack is sniped away by Sei, as the Tracer duel won out in the end by the University of Hawaii, as all the kills are now coming in on the red side of kill screen. More pressure being applied. UCSD taking it back just a little bit as Akamai is applying the pressure onto that Winston.
Yeah, that's just an ego battle between the two Tracers, and first one to get to the health pack is probably going to win it. So that's a big one. Oh, Akamai. Akamai's been one of those with the hit scan. As long as you can find an open target, Akamai's probably going to hit it more times than not. And so really this Sojourn popping off for right now, and you can see the ultimates building up. Akamai already 73% on the way. UCSD nowhere close to that, maybe 18%, the closest next to Aureus, but otherwise Akamai's popping off right now, and you can see this with the ultimates through River God almost up or 67% to an Nano Boost, which very well could help Small Left push in. As long as they get that more pressure, just gotta make sure that they keep this going.
As the Winston is trying to look to see if there is anything in the backline that they could potentially take advantage of. But as we can see, UH is just playing so spread out so cohesive, yet so spread out at the same time. Say taking Glade out of the game as well, as the Winston now falls down onto the Ana. As sure, being slept, taking a bit of a nap in the backline. Look at how much health is being taken out on UCSD. Both Nano Boost popped on for both of the monkeys, and we're seeing Small Left getting the advantage over on the rest of UCSD. Akamai sniping Fish out of the game as well, and there's nothing that the UCSD can do. Pulse Bomb thrown in the back for safe measures, but they are just sent back to the spawn rooms.
Yeah, this game right now looks to be like a game of protect the president, because Akamai got absolutely protected there. Banana Lumpia well done with a whip shot to get rid of the nano-boosted Winston that was coming right at him, and that Winston not able to find anything else besides just trying to run away for their life. And you talked about how spread out they were, very well spread out, so that they can't really target focus that, because otherwise you can just run back to the rest of your team and find some help. So now for UCSD, coming up on ultimates with the rally as well as the Primal Rage. For UCSD, they got to find some kind of answer right now, because otherwise those ultimates not coming up with anything but Akamai taking care of it on such a big pick.
Yeah, all that preparation is all for naught if Akamai just snipes you right in the head. A lot of pressure being applied once more onto the rest of UCSD as the Winston is taken out of the fight. Nothing is able to be accomplished as the duplicate gets popped. Small Left taking out Fish, and the Echo flying back to the spawn room, trying to not get staggered out. As a more and more time taken off the clock. Minute left on the round. Can UCSD come back?
I'm telling you, that first map of Nepal did something to both teams. UHG fired up already, and then this next map already, you can tell UCSD just kind of trying to figure out their weapons here, and Sarius already falling down to 70 health. Gotta already back away. Yes, the dive is successful, but if the rest of the team isn't there to help you, especially that Echo, there's nothing for you, and Akamai just hitting shots just protect the president at this point.
Look at the ultimates that are coming online on the side of UH, but also look at how many UCSD has banked up in the meantime. The name of the game, though, is going to be the Nano Boost as a sleep guard misses onto Arian. But, however, look at how out of position River God was. The Nano Boost taken out in the last possible second as Akamai snipes Arian out of the game. Close rally pops in on the side. More pressure being applied from Small Left. And there's nothing that the UCSD can do. They are going to need a miracle if they want to stay alive in this round. But as the Brigitte Shield falls onto the stage, nothing is more for the University of San Diego. UH takes round 2, going up 2-0.
Unbelievable performance here. Like I said, something must have happened in that game entirely, because in that last round, because oh my goodness, UHE looking like a proper team that wants to make it to that West Regional. Again, they know they only need one win here. They want to take on Boise, and they are doing so in such a good fashion against the Tritons of UCSD right now. You can see play the game from Smollett, but that's not the only thing. Akamai hitting all the shots. You have Banana Lumpia protecting the president there, I guess, with the shield bash and the whip shots and all that. The team looking very cohesive, very well put together. And so for right now, UHE looking like they want to stamp their ticket into the top 4 and eventually into that top 16 bracket. So well done by them. And now for the next map, I mean, again, it could go anywhere. Teams may not choose the same mode more than 3 times in a match, may not repeat the exact same type of game mode or map combo in a series. So this could go anywhere and all over the place. You see 4 or 3 more map types to go here in general. But I mean, could go back to Control, who knows? That Control was the closest we've seen it so far. 199 on the Shrine, 199 on Sanctum, back on Nepal. So plenty of things to look out here for UCSD, but the team that went 6-4 in the collegiate homecoming of 2023, maybe needing to find some kind of rhythm, because overall, UCSD had their chances back on Shrine and Sanctum, and they just fell apart at the end with UHE just getting all the momentum with using their ultimates at the right time. Same thing here. UCSD just could not find anything. Expenditure of ultimates not being too good. They find 2 picks very early on, but that just turns all the way around. It's just no luck here for the Navy team whatsoever. Now going into the next map, I don't know what to do for UHG side. They're smiling pretty good right now.
And if there was to be any game mode to try and start a reverse sweep, it would be Flashpoint, as we are going to be going into New Junk City. But one crucial thing that I wanted to point out, they swapped out 2 of their players on the side of San Diego for another set of players, and that could potentially screw up a lot of synergy. We are going to be seeing Orbido coming back in on the side of UCSD, but we need to see a little bit more cohesiveness. If we're going to keep pulling players out, that's going to screw up strategies. Sure, there's things that we need to lab in the lab. There's things that we need to cook up. But at the end of the day, consistency is the key, the name of the game.
Yeah, for UH, though, they're looking pretty dang good about it. For UCSD, like you were saying about the subs, I think the subs are more for map orientation of anything, because we saw earlier on with Esprit playing that Ramatcher instead, looking to see if they could play pretty much that brawl style, right, with the Ramattra. And even then, with the Doomfist swap, it was still Smolov coming out big in the end with that Ramattra as well as the Sigma. So overall for UCSD, I think their swaps are more or less generalized around the map type. So here we go with Glade for OW2, and that's probably going to signal that OW2 wants to play that Sojourn yet again, wants to play a little bit more long range, and especially with New Junk City coming around here, one of the, or the, I should say, the newest map type here in Overwatch. You're looking for maybe something similar to what we saw in Control. It is 5 control points after all. Just got to win 3 of those. So this is probably going to look something similar, although I'm not too sure what no change onto Esprit is for, because Glade coming in means pretty much, like I said, the DPS change, we know significance of that, but no tank change means that they may want to go a little bit faster with the tank, maybe want to still go with that Winston, maybe going into that dive combo. We'll see.
And remember, the type of game mode that Flashpoint is a very, very fast pace with how fast all those percentages tick up. And it looks like they are going to be hovering around the Junker Queens. And if this was any sign, I think this is what they want to do. They want to keep that aggression. They looked good on those comps when they were running a bit of a ramming straight into the opposition type. But again, we're going to need to see the results coming in. With Obito back in, I'm hoping to see a lot more consistency here. Remember, in the Overwatch League 2023 playoffs, this was the map type that the Hangzhou Spark used to reverse sweep the Atlanta Reign and the Boston Uprising. So if there's any time to take the spirit of the Hangzhou Spark, now is the time.
For UHE, though, bringing out something similar, and this is what you love to see about a tank player that's this flexible. UHE's got a lot of... UHE's got Smolov, which is very flexible in their route, and he's a well-off job. Can go to the Junker Queen, can go to the Sigma, can go to the Ramattra, can go to the Winston. I mean, this team entirely just plays around that flexibility and is doing well off with it. It already starts the sector railgun shot on to Obito, falling oh so low. This Genji's going to chase down Akamai, who's down to 61 health. No healers at the moment to start, but now it's just going to be just a runaway game here for UCSD as they get rid of Arias. Nothing left on the tank side, just going to bleed away at this Genji who has to or rather for the Kiriko who has to teleport away. The Genji in a lot of trouble. DD's just going to find themselves at the bottom of the grave, and it's 20% already for UHE as the points do go fast.
And again, I am starting to see a little bit of a maybe more comfortable zone for the side of UCSD, but it was just that unlucky pick onto Obito first that screwed up the rest of their play here. But again, University of Hawaii staying strong with multitude of comps on the board over here as they see the ultimate starting to tick up faster for the side of UH than that of UCSD.
Arias using the already knife. Maggie gets a kill onto Say already, so here we go with a 4-on-5, but we've seen UCSD not do so well in these situations, but you get rid of Banana Lumpia as well. The Lucio now gone. Akamai's just trying to fight for their dang life, just sliding away with the power slide. 80%. It will go probably back to UCSD, although does UH want to fight this in general because you don't have the healers to do so. You lose out on the Lucio for right now. You've got your Kiriko to work with, and now you've got to keep in your rush. UCSD will flip this in the meanwhile. Still trying to fight this though, and already Say gets the kill onto Deity. There's going to be the Kitsune rush out, and that's just going to chase down Obito, who has nowhere to go, even with the power slide, can't even hop up, and now this Lucio's also gone. They may have just done it with just one Kitsune rush in mind. UHG keeps the rest of their ultimates. They may as well keep this one going into the next point, because UCSD can't do anything about it, and UHG takes over the arena.
I can see the vision that UCSD was going for, but they just got to the point too late, and now the rest of the stragglers are going to be taken out as UH marches on towards that next point. But again, as mentioned, there was a lot of life coming back in for the side of UCSD. There was a lot more cohesion there, but again, it's just those small little mistakes, needing to take the point sooner, needing to capitalize on these eliminations, and that's what separates University of Hawaii right now. We need to start seeing a little more action on the side of UCSD as the Kitsune rushes and the blades are coming out.
Blades will counter out for the Kitsune rush. Smolov though, swinging away with the axe. Swings it away for 2 kills already, and the rest of the team will start to fall. The Kiriko has no one to teleport to. It's a quick one. Kitsune rush alongside of that immense rampage. UH is able to find their kills, but man, what a start for them here on the refinery.
That was not a super expensive fight on either side. Only one ultimate really used on each side. Kitsune Rush used on the side from Risi, and also the Rampage used on the side of Smolov along with that blade. But look at how many ultimates are still in the bank right there. 2 sound barriers, but it's not really going to matter when Orius is taken out of the fight really quickly.
Yeah, Smolov finding 2 kills, making 2 kills. Akamai as well, looking for the full house. Maybe somebody's got to find their third. No, it's just going to let him go, and Lucio gets away with their life. But UCSD looking, I hate to say this, a little bit lost for wear here because they are just not finding any picks enough. 4 kills. Again, just protect Akamai. Akamai is hitting the shots right now, and Smolov doing work as well. Already 30% on the way to another ultimate. Arya still having yet to use a Rampage in this entire game. UCSD does have 4 ultimates to use, so let's see if they decide to use it here. Disruptor shot will keep them at bay for a couple of moments. Outside as they get the knife again. Smolov has been hitting all of these knives onto Lucio. However, it doesn't really matter whether your other Lucio is dead as well. Obito's Deity finding both of their kills. Blade's going to get pulled off from Deity. UCSD maybe all they need is that one Blade to make a difference. River's able to take care of Deity though in the back line, and Smolov still at full health. Could very well fight this for overtime, but the better play here would be just to regroup as UCSD flips it back.
And this is what we needed to see on the side of UCSD if they want to stay alive in this series. You need to be taking that initiative. All those ultimates in your bank are not going to be good for anything if you don't decide to use them.
Turn it up, turn it up.
But now, we are going to be seeing the fight start to return to a bit of a scrappy nature. Last fight territory for round 2 on the side of UCSD here as UH is making their way back to the point. Both support ultimates and Akamai's deadly overclock online. But at the same time, we have a sound barrier and also do have the Rampage and the overclock on the side of UCSD.
Let's see, there's going to be the overclock being used by Akamai. If Akamai can hit the shots, they're good. Sound barrier is going to come out on both sides, meaning that this overclock needs to find headshots, and headshots only to do something worth of kills. And now, great Bionade onto UHE. Or rather, I should say not good Bionade, good Rampage, excuse me. Is able to find one. Smolov who countered that with a Rampage right away, finds both of the support, and UHE is probably just going to win this one out because you've got the big Rampage. It's a 1-for-3 scenario, and all points indicators that the low health bars and Arya is just not able to find anything else means that UHE is going to flip this, and it's going to be 2-0 here on the Flashpoint side. Where will it go next with UHE not having to expend a lot, just a couple, I mean, really Akamai using that ultimate, forcing out the sound barrier. Well done by them, and the Rampage will counter on the other end. Next Flashpoint here will be, well, it'll be one that UH is used to here because it's just a small enclosed area.
UCSD can walk the walk, but can they chew bubblegum at the same time? And we're starting to see not as well as we were expecting them to. There was a lot of good coming out of the way, especially as the Joker Queen ult came out. But then again, University of Hawaii's cohesion and synergy just showing why it is superior once more as the engagement is starting to take itself back into the fight with the with the Kitsune Rush coming out. But the health bars just keep ticking lower and lower.
Obito finds a kill into River Guard to start this one off. Blade's going to get pulled out. Say's going to have to find something with it, but 3 kills already found from Obito, finding all the headshots on the secondary of fire, making a 4th one as well. It's a wipe, and UCSD finds themselves their first team kill here on this point, as the Tritons start off with their first capture, at least the starting capture of the point here on the Ducks.
This is why we need to go down to the store and buy some Hubba Bubba bubblegum, because we need to learn how to walk and chew gum at the same time. And that is a way to start it off right there. University of Hawaii caught a little bit with their ankles having a bit of trousers around them in the moment, but knowing the University of Hawaii, this is no slip up. 0-2, sure, look at how much damage is being applied on the side of University of Hawaii.
I don't think I've seen him miss one of these knives just yet. However, Obito gets rid of Smolov, though, making it a 4v5. And that blade goes for nothing. Deity pulls out a blade just to go absolutely nowhere because the rest of the team started to kite off and no dash available either. Means that UCSD wastes that, so it's a regroup scenario here. You do have the Lucio with 67%. It's going to be a fight here with UCSD only coming up on an ultimate, UHE coming up on 3.
It might have been a wasted ultimate, but it did exactly what they needed and disengaging University of Hawaii away from that point, giving more space to the University of San Diego to set up the rest of the things they need. But look at the ultimates online at the moment. Kitsune Rush coming out first on the side of UH.
Kitsune Rush will come out, Overclock will come out at the same time here. Akamai still has it, the sound barrier may be all they need. The Kitsune Rush plus the sound barrier may just be the exclamation point to win this fight out. No need the Overclock when you got both of your support ultimates up. They will flip the point back to 99-0, but they've done this before in quite a different scenario back on Control.
And again, ultimates are coming online for the side of the University of Hawaii. Rampage online for small left. Akamai has that overclock in sight. Obito and Aureus matching as well, but look at Fish over there. What does he have online that Banana Lumpia does not? A sound barrier. But all these ultimates don't mean anything if you're not able to cycle them properly, and the University of Hawaii is really, really notorious for making sure those ultimates come out wasted.
Said Akamai with the overclock available. Small left also with the Rampage. UCSD coming up on the Rampage and an overclock of their own. Trading blows here. UCSD does have their rush, but here comes the Rampage. The Rampage is going to get cleansed, but not onto Arias, who's still on that Rampage effect. And now Deity also going down. Overclock. There's going to be the Rampage from Arias. Only cleanses one. Small and caught him inside of it still, but needs to find a way out. It does so to regroup for the rest of the team. Now the Overclock from Akamai is not going to find anything for right now, but staves them off around the corner, just forcing them back. UCSD does put the point in the meantime, but the Disruptor shot is there. Somebody needs to drop down and touch the point, which they do. Smallest is there. Smallest is able to find Fish, and OW2 goes down at the same time. So it's Junker Queen versus Junker Queen alongside us around the UHE cast. And now the fight just continues on, but the Disruptor shot doing so much. There's going to be the cleanses on both sides being used. Protection switches out from either end. Banana Luby and Small Left both finding their pick, and the rest of the team starts to fall. UHE 99-0 from the Ducks is able to flip this all the way back. Now, the question is, can they touch in time? They have the Lucio to touch. Can they sniff out the Lucio before it is a touch? 99%. No one's able to touch, and that's it. A sweep onto the Ducks as well. They get the entire thing. Ikahi, Elua, Aloha, pack it up and move on to the next one. UHE advances on, giving themselves a win here in the CECC West Open qualifiers and books themselves a spot at least into the top 16.
There was a small little gasp on the side of UCSD, but remember, the Aloha spirit reigns supreme at the end of the day. It may be sunny in San Diego, but it is not as sunny as it is in the beautiful city of Honolulu. University of Hawaii showing again how experienced they are, how well trained they are when it comes to rotating around these ultimates. We saw time and time again, especially on Flashpoint, UCSD makes a play only to be countered completely by the side with either Akamai's Overclock with a very, very tricky and very hard to place Kitsune Rush on the side of River God, or just masterful work on Junker Queen from Small Left, showing why he's a valuable asset to this roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Assets overall on every single role so far. Small Left doing a lot of work, and like I said, flexibility can very well make the difference here for UH as they have themselves a first win and automatically giving themselves a spot into the top 16 bracket, meaning they only need just one more win in that round of 16 bracket, single elimination there. We'll talk about more of that later, but right now they are in to the next round here in the winner's bracket side. So if they win this next matchup, they will get the best seed available to them in Group A. So we'll find out if they can take on their next matchup. We'll find out who this is, but we will take a short break. When we come back on the other side of this, we will see which one of the three teams, Boise State, Oregon State, or Cal State East Bay, we will find out which one of these three teams will be advancing on to face off against the University of Hawaii. It's break time. We'll see you on the other side of it. Welcome back, everybody, here inside of the next round. Boise State taking on the University of Hawaii. We are about to start us off on Ilios on the next map. A little bit of an update, though. Boise State does go ahead and beat CSU East Bay 3-0. So Boise State, University of Hawaii, this is basically to complete the day. If they win this, then whichever team wins this will get a #1 seed overall, aka the #1 through 4 seed, heading into tomorrow's round of 16 playoffs. So let's find out who it is. Now, for the lineup for Boise State, some familiar faces: Clear, Plato, Matt Merck, and you've got Chosen as well. Large Bagel also playing here for Boise State. 3 of the names very familiar to me as well. This is the part of the team that went to the CECC finals back in Arlington, Texas, at Esports Stadium Arlington last season, or last year, I should say, at this point. So they're looking to make themselves a return. They won CECC last year. Can they do it again? For UH, though, looking to see if they can upset the behemoth. They've already taken down the Chosen. They take care of a Large Bagel as well. UHE starting to fight for the point. They've got themselves a few kills to start this off. Matt Merck trying to do some work in the back line. Matt Merck, one of the best players here on this team. Have to back off already. UHE starts off with the point.
That was a pretty scrappy engagement, but one that the University of Hawaii was able to win out over in the end. And keep in mind, historically, this has been the kryptonite of UH Esports. They have never been able to take any games consistently off of Boise State. And especially as Matt Merck is getting kill after kill in this kill spree, we're seeing exactly why that's the case.
They make kills fall one by one here. Pulse Bomb lands on a stake, but it's going to be immediately Immortality Field. Doesn't really matter, though. You get rid of that, pretty much win the fight. Akamai is going to have to stay back. 26% enrolling here. 26%, I should say, enrolling for Boise State right now as they get the point back to themselves. UHE starting off with a good start here at the very least. Unfortunately, falls apart at that point. Plato already up to 78%, Clear up to 88%. Meanwhile, UHE trying to keep up. River God does have the Captivating Sun alongside of the Application Matrix to pair up with that. See if that works out. Already, though, the Healing Pylon gone, dusted by a Large Bagel. So they're going to try to opt around for the Siren. However, this is going to be a little trouble on the choke point. In the process, they're going to have the Gravitic Flux up. That's the entire team that comes up for this entire team of Clear. And my, oh my, Boise State showing why they are one of the threats here. They won last year. They're looking to win it again this year, and that's a great play from Clear.
Keep in mind how many players in Boise State are not just at the collegiate level, but also in the Overwatch contenders level. Players like Clear and Matt Merck have been on several not insignificant teams in the Overwatch contenders season. But this is a lot of legacy to be playing against this here on the side of the University of Hawaii. Its ultimates are starting to come out on the both sides.
So they get rid of Plato at the very least with the Gravitic Flux. They trade that out right away. Looking at the Captivating Sun as well to be thrown out. That's going to be on the Zenyatta. Zenyatta's not going to do anything about it. Has to already back off, and that is already going to run out of time for it to be any effect anyways. So 65%, they're going to get the point back here unless they contest it. Akamai is searching and searching for a Large Bagel. Who's going to win this one in the end? Good thing you have Say right there next to you. 27% enrolling. UHE takes it back.
Rock is going to be thrown onto Clear right there, as some things are going to be typed in the chat. Yeah, just to get the spirits up on the side from Matt Merck there. But that was a very, very nice fight on the side of UH. But look at how much damage is being applied onto them right back.
They move right in front of the Application Matrix, and now that's a great Blizzard. That's going to freeze at least one, but they're not going to be able to follow up on it around the corner, at least for now. Akamai is able to find the overclock kill. That's going to get at least one onto Plato. However, it may still not be enough here. Say's going to have to go into the crowd freeze just to stall out time enough as Akamai does go down. They get it to 56%. Stalling out very well, mind you. Getting the wall up at the very least, and the Lucio now back into play with the Orbit Discord on. It's not going to really matter. Doesn't take the lead, but is able to stall enough to make the lead. Only 6% before Boise State takes it back in final fight.
River God making the swap onto the Lucio to try and get back to the point in time, and we see Small Left just trying to create a bit of a pressure on the field. But look at the ultimates and the ult bank. Boise State has 2 online, popping the Transcendence in the meantime just to soak up as much damage to prevent UH from touching the point. The University of Hawaii is going to need to make sure that they can shut down Clear's Gravitic Flux.
They can for right now. That's the entire team yet again. That's up in the air. Clear's going to follow that up with another kill. 98%. Somebody's got to touch, which the Lucio does for right now. That keeps them in the game. Zane's going to be able to take care of Matt Merck for right now, but already just trying to fall down and stay on this point. Small Left down to 144 health. Will jump over the Sigma. Not going to do much of anything there to stall out. Overtime clock will bleed away, and the Broncos start this off 100-65. But if you're UH, you take 65% off the Broncos. That's not bad for a starting round against one of the best programs in the nation.
And keep in mind, that was a pretty consistent fight along the way. Think back to that fight against UCSD, where UCSD was constantly on the back foot between underneath the thumb of UH. It's not this necessarily the case here. Boise State is playing very, very well, very cohesive, showing again that contenders' legacy. But the University of Hawaii is not going to be an easy opponent for them to necessarily beat.
Yeah, not at all. Boise State is a behemoth as of right now. This is David taking on Goliath, if you will, in terms of programs between their, I guess, necessities, if you will, for Boise State. They've got a lot of, like you were saying, players that were in what is the former Overwatch contenders now that it's moving on over to the OWCS side. Meanwhile, UH just trying to find their ground, gets at least 65% on the very first round off of the Broncos here, so nothing to be too worried about here. Just trying to play up on side the well. They're going to play a little bit more up. Clear gets the first spot onto the point, already taking Akamai down less than half health, maybe even less than 25% health, but will get away for the meanwhile. They have the Brigade just to wait off on this Tracer right now that Matt Merck is providing, although Clear gets rid of the Tracer, and there is the kill from the Lucio, playing super aggressively. Now this Winston's going to go down, and Broncos start off with the point yet again.
A lot of pressure and a lot of the cohesion that Boise State is showing is potentially maybe being too much for the side of University of Hawaii. The dive composition is one that I do favor against the Sigma setup, but that setup is not going to matter anything if you just have someone like Clear constantly staying as an anchor on this point. University of Hawaii going to try and recontest this whenever they get the chance to. They are just waiting on the spawn room to finish catching up with them.
Can they get everybody back up together? Matt Merck just making some terror on the back line right now. This Brigida just trying to protect. Good Bionet that forces out the recall for a little while. Immortality Field already having to be used by Chosen, so UHG has advantage in terms of abilities and cooldown. But Plato is able to get rid of Akamai, which means the dive-in is unsuccessful here for UH. As long as Akamai is down, well, Todd still needed to be fired away. Clear gets rid of Small Left as well. The health bars just start to melt away right afterwards, and UHG no answer to Boise State as they're halfway through.
So much damage is being applied onto the side of UH, and no ultimates have been able to come online just yet. Say the closest at 84%, and River God not far behind at 80, but look at how many are online or coming online closer to the side of Boise State as the Pulse Bomb misses onto River God there. But just again, the aggression from Matt and Clear, especially with the help of Bagel on the side, is potentially maybe showing why they're one of the best esports programs in the country, especially when Clear is able to take out River God and Pop Flux in the fight as well.
Fondo is able to trade that out. Immortality Field gone. Baptiste also gone at the same time. They're playing in a small room with a very large monkey. They've got the Winston getting the kill onto Plato, who jumps around. Smalleth gets caught up by the accretion, but the pressure is on here from UH. They flip the point in the meanwhile. It will not be a clean point here for Boise State. They let it flip, however. Smalleth have to fall all the way down, oh so low. The Sound Barrier is going to come out. Only's going to catch Matt Burke and a large bingo, by the way, which means this Nano Boost pretty much is going to take care of Clear. That's going to allow UH to push up onto this point. This Lucio's in a heck of a lot of trouble. Already has to back away. Plato will pop the overclock just to help out, and we'll get at least one through the application matrix, which Boise State will take advantage of and flips the point back. False Bomb will take care of Banana Lupia, and things are starting to look less and less good for UH. Again, may not be a clean point here for Boise, but it's close to it. Final 9% starts to wrap around here. Final 5%, somebody's got to be able to touch. Large Bagel just sitting underneath here of the spaceship. And Matt Merck getting rid of Say means that nobody else is going to be able to touch the point. Boise State clears 100-90, 165, and 118 on the well. Boise State starts off with a 1-0 lead.
Bagel doing his best Frogger impression at the end of the match there, just trying to see if he can get a cheeky boop onto anyone coming out of the side of UH. But again, the same problems that we were talking about in the UCSD game are starting to rear their head, but on this time on the side of UH. There is a lot of cohesion, a lot of consistency, and a lot of camaraderie on the side of University of Hawaii. But again, experience more often than not could potentially be the difference factor in these fights. Like you mentioned, Boise State, winners of last year's CECC, one of the best esports programs at the collegiate level in the country, and consisting of a lot of players that were formerly in the contenders scene. This is definitely a David versus Goliath match.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle for the University of Hawaii program, but not to say the least that they cannot make it up there. We will see if UH can make it back there again. They will pick their map, cannot choose the same map mode more than 3 times in a match, may not repeat the exact same map game mode combo in the entire series as well. So they have some options to choose from, and we know the flexibility of this team. We'll find out where they sit in the process. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, still 5 teams remaining here inside. UCSD and Oregon State here in Group A will play against each other right now to determine whether or not one of these teams is not going to make the top 4. Loser of that is out, winner of that is in. At least for the seeding purposes, the winner of that awaits Cal State East Bay in the next round to find out which one of them will at least get a top 3 seed in the process. Meanwhile, that's Group A. Group B on the other side featuring 5 teams from UCI. That's UC Irvine alongside Utah Tech, University of Arizona, UNLV, and Oregon State Varsity team. UCI getting the 3-0 win over the University of Arizona, so the Wildcats drop down to the bottom bracket for right now. Rebels of UNLV beating Oregon State Varsity, so your top 2 matchup there between UCI and UNLV. Oregon State and Utah Tech have yet to play in their round. So that's Group B. Group C, on the other hand, you have UCI, their main team, one of the best teams from the collegiate program, and you saw them in the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming. So UCI, a threat to everybody. However, New Mexico, I believe that's New Mexico at the very least. I believe that is. UNM is able to take a map off of UCI, so UCI's got to be watching out for them. They do win 3-1 in that series. UCLA beating USC in the meantime, 3-0 on their end. So USC versus Montana State playing for the top 4 position. UCI, UCLA will also be awaiting to see who gets the top 2 seed. Final group in group D, group D, group letter D, I should say. Arizona State beating George Fox 3-0 after George Fox beats UNLV 3-1. UCSD and UCLA both in their match right now. That's UCSD Gold's team, mind you, beating UCLA 3-0. I believe that's the varsity team for UCSD in it, and ready to play against the Sun Devils of Arizona State. So plenty of things to try and check out here. We'll find out what our next map is here coming up, and the next map to be played. Oh, this is looking like very much so. Again, New Junk City one more time.
No substitutions are going to be made on either side this time, going for the traditional comps that we see on these Flashpoint maps. Seeing the Kiriko and the Genji comps with a bit of the dive setups here, but we are going to be seeing how this is going to take reign over here. Small Left showed a lot of promise on that Junker Queen in the last game against UCSD, but how will he fare against these veterans as we see Matmerk applying a lot of pressure onto Say, as River God is taken out by Chosen with the help of Matmerk. A lot of pressure being applied onto the rest of UH as a lot of the players are split all across different portions of the map. Clear throwing a knife into the back of Say. Matmerk taking Banana Lumpia, and Bagel slamming Small Left back into the spawn room. As it looks like Boise State is going to cap the first point of Flashpoint.
Now Boise State playing a little bit more of the faster composition alongside of that Tracer and the Genji. You do have Clear on the Junker Queen as well, so a little bit faster for Boise State. UH still relying on Akamai to make the shots hit alongside of that Soldier. And so for UHC, just got to, again, same thing protect the President, although you don't have a Brigida to counter out both of the Genji and the Tracer. So this is going to have to be a little bit more of a difficult position for them to run in, especially now that they're on the back foot. Boise State having themselves almost an ultimate with that false wall.
Moose may have left the fight, but this is something that we are going to be needing on the side of UH if we want to keep our hair nice and shiny and perfect. A lot of pressure is being applied onto UH, trying to counter it with a bit of the sink, but a double pulse bomb onto Small Left and River God as Bagel and Clear are cleaning up the rest of the University of Hawaii. Clean team fight kill from Matmerk over there and the rest of the Boise State verified Overwatch League player in the chat here.
Yeah, so 3 already, a lot of kills falling for Boise State. UHC just cannot find a grip. So I would say for UH, just regroup here. Oh no, Clear's on the flank. They have no clue. Clear's just waiting right behind, and I don't think they have any idea that there is a Junker Queen waiting in the rafters behind them.
There's nothing you can do when there's a Junker Queen throwing a knife straight into the back of their head. Obviously, you're always seeing the compositional swaps on as Small Left slams the head of Clear, taking him out of the fight. But the rest of the University of Hawaii showing again why they don't want to be out of this fight, as we are seeing the swap to the Ramatra Rush comp as we are running over to the next section of New Junk City.
Yeah, I think they're going to go to not bomb flats, excuse me. Waypoint shows that they are going to, yes, it'll be bomb flats coming up next. So here, a little bit more of an open area, if you will. Think maybe Oasis City Center, if you will, with that little bit of a central area to run around. But either way, this is going to be a little bit interesting because they already used the Kitsune Rush too. This is just going to have to be fast. UAG needs to find a pick, but it's not going to happen.
UHG trying their best to try and stay into this fight, but Akamai's overclock is just not able to accomplish anything as Banana Lumpia is taken out as Ajax is called on the point. Unfortunate.
A little unfortunate. They just used the Lucio. Yeah, the Ajax is being called out because the Lucio using the ult, and Banana Lumpia just can't get it off. So the sound barrier actually may have just lost them that fight. So Boise State having a sound barrier of their ult. Switching on over, Ash is going to be picked by Akamai instead of that Soldier, maybe to get that burn off on the Genji a little bit. But you need to find some kind of pick through because they haven't found an opening pick except near their spawn room, and now they've got the false bomb out. This is not good news.
This is looking like if you were to just take the last game and put it onto this one, Boise State is looking like how UH did, and UH is looking like how UCSD did in that last game. Very, very much the veteran presence on the side of the boys in Boise is potentially overwhelming a lot of the mental resolve on UH. Again, we like to make jokes about Ajax, about C9, but those at the end of the day have a lot on them, can put a lot of pressure onto the mentals of some of these players. 79 and 80% ticking up on the bomb flats as Matmerk is just circling around the point, scaring them. Where is he going to land? Where is the Tracer going to be firing their shots from? With the rest of UA just trying to get to the point. Walled off, but there is a touch at the end, but at the cost of Small Left's life. May is going to be trying to firing as many icicles into the field as they can, but Plato there is showing again why he is one of the greatest philosophers on the field, slicing everyone out of the game is cleared. Throws a knife into Banana Lupia, securing the point. 2-0 on the side of Boise State here on New Junk City.
Yeah, so New Junk City looking like Boise State's map right now. They have the Rampage available, they have the Blade, the Pulse Bomb too. Chosen's also with that Kitsune Rush coming up as well. UH has a lot on the board except for Blizzard that Say moves on over to with the May. So this is just to stop the Genji and maybe even the Tracer, Lucio at the same time if they dive on it. The question though for UH is can they regroup here, because it's now the Ducks. This is a little more entangled if they decide to trap everybody. What a wall though to start that off. That's going to find them 2 picks.
This is the engagements that you're needing if you're on the side of UH.
Oh, no.
But again, 2 picks taken out onto Say and River God on the side of Boise State. However, it is looking like UH is able to get the points first. One little tidbit on that is that Small Left was taking a bit of damage on the Rampage there. Annihilation is popped. Clear is taken out of the fight. A very, very scrappy fight indeed. So Lucio taking a bit out of the fight just a little bit before they are officially taken out of the game. Matmerk slamming Banana Lupia out as Lucio was able to get out, and the Genji Blade is popped. But Plato taken out of the game, not before he was able to take River God out of the fight as Small Left is just throwing punch after punch into the ring. There has not been any room to breathe if you're on the side of the Rainbow Warriors over here as Matmerk is taking Akamai out of the fight. May Ice Block being popped, but there's nothing you can do when you have the Pulse Bomb right in your face. Matmerk may have been sniped out of the game as the map is ticking up to 51 and higher. But Boise State, through all of that fight, was able to secure the point.
Well, UH still gets 50% along the way. Small Left, though, using that Annihilation isn't able to find. I would like to say if Small Left finds the Lucio there, that's a lot of value with that Annihilation. Otherwise, only 1 kill out of it during that entire, series of a 3v2, 4v2 scenario really wasn't worth it. So now they're going to be without it. UH does come up with 3 ultimates, though. It's just going to have to be a rush down, because now they just got to fight off this Junker Queen, which they do.
Junker Queen is taken out before the sound barrier can come in to put extra barriers onto that. But Chosen has taken Akamai out of the game despite the fact that Bob is on the field. Matmerk continuing to run circles around the Rainbow Warriors as so much pressure is being applied. Plato slicing through Say on the May, and Plato once again taking Banana Lupia out. 67% and counting up for Boise State. University of Hawaii needs to disengage quickly if they're going to have one last attempt to contest this point. But it isn't looking well. But as they say that, River God takes Matmerk out of the game. Both GPS out of the field on the side of the University of Hawaii as they are making their way back to the point. But with 95% and counting up, they need to touch the point. 97%, the knife into Banana Lupia as the touch is finally made. But when you're a May against 1 Junker Queen, the fight is not an easy one. Recontest is going to be approved on the side of the University of Hawaii as the Junker Queen is able to take out Say as Bagel slams Akamai out of the field in this last one. So much damage as River God is popping that coalescence to try and stay alive. Unfortunately, was not able to dodge the Junker Queen Rampage, but thankfully, with that base, they are able to take a bit of extra damage. As I say that, River God is thrown back into the fight, sliced away with the axe fight clear. Matmerk clearing the rest of the point, rest of UH off the point, as Boise State just needs to take out one last Tracer, and they have secured themselves a 2-0 lead against University of Hawaii. Akamai taking Plato out, taking Matmerk out, but unfortunately cannot touch the point in time. 2-0 on the side of Boise State.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of a new scenario there at the end. Small Left trying their best, but Clear putting on an absolute clinic on the way to play that Junker Queen, especially with the way against the May, with the way that they handled themselves, at least in the team fight scenario, being separated out, staying alive, and Matmerk with their play of the game obviously had to be the double kill on the Pulse Bomb, plus the follow of the the rest. And so for the University of Hawaii, at the very least, just needs to regroup a little bit. It's not bad. You did get a few percentages off. You were able to flip the point for a couple of moments. However, Boise State just comes right in and just wrecks all havoc and wrecks the dreams that was trying to come back into this at 1-0, trying to get it to a 1-1, but instead it's now a 2-0. So they're playing from behind even further and now needs a reverse sweep in order to give themselves a chance to get that seed. So overall, like we said, folks, this is the one game right here that's going to make or break for the regional or for the seeding overall, because the winner of this is going to get the 1 or 4 seed. They're done for the day. That's it. They're done. We know they're in the top 4. Otherwise, if you lose this, you're looking at anywhere from a 5 to a 12 seed at the end of the day. So really, this is going to be a big game for UH. And even if they lose this one, they still have anywhere between the 5 and the 8 to play for if they beat their next opponent afterwards in that lower bracket side for the day. So who knows what is going to be played out. But tried and true, there's going to be the next map coming up, which was already set in our heads. And where else would you go but Scrims Row? Kings Row is going to be our next map coming up.
If there was anywhere that you want to go to try and channel the energy of the ranked demons that we know that the University of Hawaii is, it would be on to Kings Row. We are seeing that Matt Merck is being subbed out on the side of Boise State. Potentially could be a bit of a buff for the side of University of Hawaii, but keep in mind, there are still a lot of veterans on this team. Remember, top 4 last year, a lot of players in contenders. Some of these players have been playing for years. And sure, we do have a lot of veteran presence on our own team as well, but keep in mind, you need to be able to take this out, solidify yourself in these fights. Again, like we mentioned in the UCSD series, there's a lot of little mistakes that need to be corrected on the side of the University of Hawaii if they want to potentially beat Boise State.
Oh, Boise State's only needing to win one more time. They start on the defensive end. UH will start off on the attacking end. See what they decide to pull out. Scrims Row, again, the nickname of it. Kings Row, the official title of the map here. And this, for UH at the very least, just needs to find out some kind of rhythm, as Akamai is already getting some information on what they are pulling out, especially that Junkrat Lifeweaver combination. Lifeweaver, the first time we'll see this being pulled out in the entire day. And we'll get to see, there's no, okay, so they know now, well, maybe they don't know, but there's no pedal platform, meaning that there's no cheeky second level play that they can make here unless the Junkrat decides to reveal themselves. Meanwhile, no Symmetra, but UH will still try to pull out this Bastion May combination, try to rip away at that shield scenario right now, though the Junkrat's doing a lot of work. This is going to be the Sigma way above. They're trying to get rid of the pedal platform. Pedal platform drops, which means the Sigma has to run away for right now, giving UH a little bit more space around the corner. The statues there, but the Junkrat getting 2 kills already, just spamming out both the May as well as the Lucio. Immortality field gone, just too much damage. They get rid of clear, but it's not. It's going to be too little too late for them to win this fight.
Using the University of Hawaii strategy against them, we know that Sei is one of the best Junkrat players that we have this side of the bracket, but when you're up against someone like Plato, that could potentially be hard. Again, this composition relies a lot on speed. It relies on damage. But when you're there to just snipe out all the players with those trap mines, there's not much that you can do with all that damage.
Now, I want to point out they got rid of clear, which means it is a little bit of a better scenario to try and jump on the point. However, what's tough about this is that they still have the rest of the team to worry about, and Sei's able to get rid of Chosen with an icicle shot. However, the rest of the team starts to follow up. They're not able to get that one tick that would have helped them out so much. A minute and 10 in, they're not able to find anything.
There was so much that was promising there, but again, Plato just showing why he's a very, very strong player, especially on this Junkrat. Unconventional ranked comp or not, we're seeing the mental resolve of Boise State remaining unfazed as the University of Hawaii swaps off the Bastion to try and take the Cassidy onto this point. But look what's online on the side of Boise State as we hear running around the field. It's the Riptire. Jake is in the house and he has a Riptire, getting Sei and Banana Lucia out of the field.
Yeah, it goes right past the Immortality field on the Baptiste and goes right for the 2 that are upstairs. This fight's just done and dusted. Halfway through, though, you now have UAG making a little bit of a swap, so you have Akamai onto the Cassidy instead. Now you've got Baptiste with the ultimate, with the application matrix, although River's in so much trouble here. Can River actually win this fight? Okay, well, you had Small F backing you up for a little while, so now the ultimate's available. UAG falling oh so low, though. That's a great wall there from the May, and now it's going to be the Gravitic Flux up. That a lot of trouble here for Small. Immortality field gone, and now the health bars are either going to be melted away, but the Tree of Life is up as well, as now it's going to be a Blizzard. Chosen, not frozen in it, is able to find Say, but through the window, River's able to find Clear, so that trades out 1 for right now. There's going to be the Tree of Life gone. Amplification Matrix is also going to fall as well. Akamai is able to find a shot at the Chosen. That could be very well a huge thing for them. As now they'll switch on over to the Winston. Clear will try to just jump into the point, as it might very well be a first pick here. The rest of the team just spread out all over the point. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Captivating Sun will go out. Did that hit anything? It will hit the Lucio at the very least, I believe. But Analuvia is able to get away. They're not able to get that first pick. That first pick might as well melt away here. Smallest is able to get rid of Lyric. That trades that out, but Plato trades that for Bananaluvia right back. So
someone
back
needs
to
kill Plato.
Somebody needs to kill Plato. Chosen's able to find a headshot onto Akamai for right now. They back them up. This is still the scrappiest fight. Smallest is able to take care of Clear. That backs them up to get a first tick. They might be able to even get a second tick here, which they do for right now. And they get rid of Large Bagel too. No more contest coming unless it's going to be this Winston or this Tracer coming back, or rather Winston or the Widowmaker in. It's not going to happen though. 3 minutes on the clock. UAG finds a point.
That was a very long and drawn-out fight. Again, these scrappy fights have been a common theme throughout this entire match, as the Arctic the Zarya swap from Clear, the Chosen is taken out of the point, as the Annihilation is just running through the back line of Boise State, as we are taking it into the bit of the air with the pedal platform there. The cart is now starting to get on the way, as Clear and Small Left are starting a bit of an ego duel in the chat.
Yeah, there's a bit of beef going on in the chat. Let's not worry about it too much here. UH has their own worries right now, and that is worry again, especially just trying to score a point off of the Broncos team. Make sure that they can make a statement here. 2 minutes and 21 seconds on the clock. Around the corner they will go. UHE has 3 ultimates coming online, including a duplication and application matrix, as well as a Bob. Very well make a difference here. Tree of Life is also coming up though, but Akamai through the window gets rid of Clear. That's a huge pick for you coming into this one. The jump shot now with the coach gun. Are you able to find anything? Bob is going to get thrown out before Akamai goes down, so there is another man available. There's going to be the sticky bombs landing on top of Plato, so Plato's not gone. That's multiple DPS is lost through this entire fight. Captivating Sun is going to get pulled out to see if Boise State can make something out of this, and Lyric does go down. Tree of Life not available either, so UH is just going to have some free kills here. That's going to force them all the way back, and UH gets the second point.
This is what we were needing to see from the side of the University of Hawaii. The life has returned onto the Aloha spirit, and now we're seeing the swaps being made on the side of Boise State as the Bastion and the Ramatra are coming out. And that was not a very scrappy fight, but it was just a very weirdly consistent fight. But now we are seeing a lot of the ultimates start to come online on the side of UH.
He's going to hit a couple of shots here as well, building up to that ultimate, building up to that quick ultimate on the duplication. Only has 8 seconds left to do it, and not a lot of health to work with either. You're going to make this duplication worth something. You're going to find the overclock now or never, and with 1 second left, it's not going to find it in time. Tree of Life, though, will get popped out regardless. So if you're UH, you can cut back on this for a little while, because that Tree of Life is just going to cause a lot of devastation, which they will. So this is a great cut off. That wastes away the Tree of Life, and now Boise State has no ultimates.
The mind game war is trying to be won on the side of Boise State, but the boys on the side of the Rainbow Warriors are trying not to let it get to their heads. Eliminations are starting to come online as Small Left is taking Plato out of the fight. So much damage onto Small Left, but Small Left takes Clear out of the fight as well.
Small Left takes care of Clear, and a Large Bagel's able to take care of Akamai to trade. That doesn't really matter. You only have the Life Weaver who falls off the map, and now it's going to be the final stretch here, the home stretch, and it is a free home stretch for them. University of Hawaii goes Ekahi Elua and Aloha for the point. Here completing the entire map of Kings Row, 3-0, some life inside of UHE.
You know, he may be called Life Weaver, but he is not called Fly Weaver, because Life Weaver cannot fly in these comps. Small Left and Clear still having a bit of a nice little contest in the chat here, but ignoring the mental warfare that's going on in all chat over here. This is the life that we needed to see on the side of UH, taking these engagements, taking a bit more risks, and doing all this stuff on the side of the Rainbow Warriors. A lot of life being breathed into this team once more. This is what we need to see for the rest of this round.
Let's see what they do pull out here. Boise State on the attacking side. UHG comes up on the defensive side now. Akamai with Ash trying to make a couple of things happen with that Bob, which they did earlier on. Akamai brings out the Bob earlier on, which did make a very good fight. A 5v5 yet again, the way Bob handles himself And River and Banana Lumpia staying on top of that. Baptiste, Lucio, meanwhile, small left on the Ramatra and Say. If they want this point, they're going to have to defend this with their life here because Boise State will pull out something similar with the Bastion and the main composition here. So for Boise State, they run right through this minute 53. Well, we will see a second round at the very least if they go all the way through. UH defends this, and we got ourselves a series at the very least, and into 4 maps. So let's find out what they will bring to the table. Already Gates out. They have the Ravenous Vortex to do some damage for small left already at 5%. Trying to move their way on up to big Annihilation ultimate. Shield will already go up. Clear's already there. There's going to be the sticky needs that cancels out for right now, and they're already up onto the point. They've already got one person on. That's Clear. Just moving them away. They're going to stay inside the Underworld Hotel. They're now going to have to force out if they don't want to let them have a free tick. That's already one free tick already. The main wall separates out. Boise State's just having so much free space to work with now. And around the corner they will go. Chosen's able to get rid of Akamai. Bastion's going to be pulled out of turret form now. That's just going to get rid of the rest of the team here. Immortality Field means 0, zil, nada. And it's a quick fight. 5 minutes and 50 seconds for the Broncos.
This is what we saw for this whole series on the side of Boise State. A lot of pressure, a lot of aggression. University of Hawaii is being sent back to their spawn room as Bagel is starting to pressure out this Lucio with the help of Clear. And look at how far they're playing up. They've made it all the way to point 3. Fight has not even gotten this far just yet, as the cart is still slowly rolling its way back through the streets of Kings Row.
Somebody's Payload Princess back there right now. I don't know who it is, but
oh, you did not just say Payload Princess in the broadcast,
oh
did
no,
you?
so it is the Baptiste, obviously. Yeah, so I've had this done many a time to me, so I've had to be the one just to sit on card, not looking for the rest of my team. But if they push up too far and they die, then that's their fault. They didn't run back to me anyways. There's going to be the Bastion alongside the Application Matrix. Smallest is in a whole lot of trouble, in a world of pain, because Plato through the window alongside of that turret formation, meaning death. UHE cannot find an answer here to the attack of Boise State. The Broncos will keep pushing on. A perfect round so far for them.
Trying to soak up Bastion damage through an Amplification Matrix is like trying to use a bar napkin to soak up a grease trap. There's not much that you can do when you don't have enough anything that's like a defense matrix or a gravitic, or a not a gravitic flux, a kinetic grasp to eat some of that damage. As we are seeing 4 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock as we are approaching the capture point of the point B.
Trying to make sure that Baptiste is uncomfortable in their position right now. We'll use the artillery form to get nothing out of it. However, all it does do is just a little bit for right now. There's going to be the duplication onto the May, and the May is gone from that anyways. There's going to be the Application Matrix, and alongside of the overclock of Akamai and River, but that's going to have to find some work. It does nothing for right now. Plato's able to find Banana Lumpia. They start clearing out the point yet again. It's just Baptiste, but Baptiste can only do so much, and Boise State's got 5.5 to complete the map.
This is a stark contrast to their defense initially. Look at how much time is in that time bank. Look at the ultimates that are online. 2 very, very critical ultimates. All that the University of Hawaii has to counter this is the sound barrier and their own annihilation. But we need to see UH taking these cycles perfectly. This is where we need to start seeing the perfect positioning.
Chosen was able to take care of Banana Lumpia, so nothing doing there. The Blizzard as well is going to catch out Smallem. It's going to force Say to use the Cryo Freeze. It's not going to find anything else. Say does get rid of Plato, which is a big kill for you as well, just to try to contest this point. It makes it a little bit more difficult, but it's a team kill as the payload enters into the home stretch. We keep it here as this team's going to have to try to run out. Maywall separates it out for right now. Ramatra is in, and now the Annihilation paired up with the Sound Barrier is going to help them out for a couple of moments. Although, how long will it last? There's the Artillery Strike. It's going to come down from the Bastion all over the point. Artillery Strike gets rid of the Immortality Field, but that's it. In Nemesis form, though, Clear's able to take care of Banana Lumpia, is able to take care of River with the Annihilation, paired that up. And Clear's going to find 3 on side of the point. This is looking like it's over here. Boise State completes the map with 4 minutes and 16 seconds. There is no change on the time, but the Broncos go uno dos adios to complete Kings Row. 4:16, 16 seconds over the time max standard of 4 minutes, and the Broncos are off and running.
This is exactly what Boise State is known for. These critical aggression plays, cycling ultimates perfectly back to back. There was barely a moment in this entire engagement in which Boise State was on the back foot, constantly moving the cart, constantly in aggression, not letting the University of Hawaii get even a second to blink. And this is what Boise State is known for. University of Hawaii has a massive hill to climb on. They do have roughly 2 minutes of their attack, but look at what Boise State is running on their defense. No, not playing around anymore with the Lifeweaver Ilari comms. This is back on.
Well, let's see. University of Hawaii needs to find some sort of life here with a minute and 53 only to get through overtime rules. No extension of a clock. So even if you're to capture the point, you're not getting an additional 2.5, 90 seconds on both points. You're getting yourselves just 153 plus overtime to see what you can do. For Boise State, 416, not a problem at all. You take that any day with that time bank in a match like this one. So this is it. This is your round here. This is your game, folks, because if Boise State wins this map right here, Boise State goes away with a top 4 seed heading into tomorrow's seeding matchups. Very well land themselves the journey of another spot into the CECC finals, come wherever that may be later on this year. So 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock. Broncos pushing back just a little bit. UHE getting the pressure on, but they know that the Bastion is to their left hand side of the Underworld Hotel. Already Immortality Field, already having to be used. And you've got the Maywalls that are going to trade here. This is just a brawl battle inside of the hotel. Who's going to be able to check out with the kill first? Nobody is. They all the way back up. However, Clear's in the back line. UNG's just being surrounded. Ravenous Vortex is going to do so much for you here. And now another Maywall just to trap on small left one more time. Maywall just to save there. And UNG is just walking in. However, Boise State walking on their own. That's Clear just shoving away with the Nemesis form. Punch after punch run. Haymakers left and right. Is able to find 2. Waiting for this health pack. Unfortunately, UHG, somebody took got that health pack before this. And now it's going to be the advantage for UHG on their side. Large Bagel's able to take care of Say. And the wall is there regardless, but Boise State making a statement here to start.
Look at how scrappy this fight is going. Everyone trapped in this small little health pack room, and I don't think I've ever seen a full engagement being taken place in this part of the map. Chosen taking Banana Olympia out of the fight as all these ultimates are starting to be banked up on both sides. As a very back and forth and scrappy fight is starting to come to a close.
Nobody's looking at Plato, though Plato's doing a lot of damage between that shield. However, team is able to get rid of that. Now the crowd freeze is on. It's just Clear left to go. There is no more healing available. The Maywall actually traps them in, so that's going to allow the Ramatra and the Bastion just to wrap around. And now the Immortality Field just to save. 20 seconds on the clock. You do have ultimates available. You have Annihilation as well as Bomb for UHG. South America's going to pair up with that. Boise State's got all 5 check marks. South America comes out just in time. The 3 of the ultimates be paired up, make it 4. Annihilation, Artillery, South America, and Application Matrix all used at the same time for Boise State. Artillery Strike is able to find 1 onto River. You have the Annihilation from Small Left alongside of a Blizzard, but it's going to need to do a lot more. Occupy needs to find something here alongside with 2 free ticks over clock runs out. Over time will start to run out as well, and UHG gets no more chances on this point. They do, however, keep themselves out of a tie scenario, 69% for UHG, but Boise State has just that much to earn a top 4 seed.
It is a pretty nice percentage ticked up on the side of the University of Hawaii, but look at how much time that Boise State has to just capture 70% of this map. And look at how intense of a fight that was. Back and forth, constantly, but always Boise State having the extra edge on this fight. There was so many engagements that could have gone either way, but again, the veteran presence on the side of Boise State, the Broncos running through the wind, showing again why they are a force to be reckoned with in the group stages.
Force to be reckoned with indeed. Boise State last year CECC West winners, making it all the way to ESA in Arlington. They are one of the favorites here to win this one, although we do know a couple of teams that are making their way up the ladder as well. We'll give you updates as soon as we can here. Right now, top 16 trying to be found out. Tomorrow's bracket we will have for you coverage. We will see what they decide to bring out. However, finals you can watch on ESU, on Esports U for that main coverage as well. So for the grand finals to see who gets the #1 seed heading into the West Regional later on. Meanwhile, Boise State leads 2-0 here. Again, Bastion May combination is the one you're watching out for. And this has been so much of a threat here. They got this one earlier on, 5 minutes and 51 seconds on the clock. Last time around, when you add 2.5 minutes that bank, that means they took it in 40 seconds. They took that last round in 40 seconds, the very first point. They're playing fast yet again. The Maywall traps, however, coupled, and inside the Underworld Hotel they will go. Immortality Field already having to be used. And now just a Bastion just wiping away all the damage. Good thing Nemesis blocks out just a little bit of that. However, Akamai trying to counter out with their own Bastion main combination, so it's pretty much mirrors on either side. Who's going to get the better of the damage? A little bit of the point being taken, but not too much already, so that their first pick is not there. Smalllift is just going to be caught inside. Actually, the crowd freak keeps this inside of the Underworld Hotel right now. Nemesis form is able to get rid of Akamai. However, River finds 2 to trade that out. Bloodthirsty Baptiste on the floor now. They're just going to try to wipe this one away. Immortality Field back again here for Boise State. And now the application matrix from Lyric already to force that one out. Annihilation already here from Boise State as Broncos are in. There's the Blizzard to keep them out. Clear finds 2 at the very least. Stoneberry comes out from UHG just to keep their hopes alive at the moment. They will back off and they regroup. UHG actually wins this one out for right now.
A Banana Lumpia was taken out of the fight at a very critical time, and look at how many people are coming back on the side of Boise State. Look at how low health all the players are on UHE.
Yep. They got to find some way to get back here on time. They've got at least one take here for free. The Blizzard clears them out for right now underneath the archway. It's now or never. Somebody's got to speed in here. It's going to be the piece with the Immortality Field and the Application Matrix used at the same time. There's the second take. Barely enough, the 1.3% to end this game here for Boise State. And the Broncos are on the rampage to clear this out, which they will. Boise State gets the sweep, gets the broom out of the closet, and the Broncos head into tomorrow with a top 4 seed guaranteed.
That was a very dominant showing throughout the entirety of this match by Boise State. And specifically on this map, which is definitely closer than the other two, there was so many situations in which it was a back and forth, scrappy fight. But again, University of Hawaii just wasn't able to close out a lot of these fights when they wanted to. Boise State showing that veteran presence once more, completely taking over the rest of this game.
Yeah, the University of Hawaii, though, nothing to be ashamed about there, did take a couple of points and did take a couple of percentages, at least on the control on the flashpoint side. Meanwhile, again, completing the entire map on Kings Row against a good Boise State team. So, hey, UHG comes in here swinging away indeed. So let's see what they're going to come up with as they will move on inside of the lower bracket. Not to say that their day is done yet. They've got one more game left to play. We do not know who they're playing yet. All we know is that it is against UC San Diego or CSU EB. That game going on right now between East Bay and the Tritons. So Pioneers and Tritons going on right now. That loser will get a bottom 4 seed overall, anywhere between 13 and 16. Meanwhile, the winner will get a chance at a top 2 seed, or top 5 through 8 seed, I should say. So top half seed, if you will. So UH coming on a big game. Their next game comes up after this break, either against the Pioneers or the Tritons. We'll take a break. We'll see you on the other side of it. Welcome back, everybody, from the long break here. Well, it was a long break considering we had to wait for the University of Hawaii's opponent here, UH, guaranteeing themselves a spot in tomorrow's top 16 bracket. However, their seed is yet to be known, losing to Boise State 3-0 in that series. They now have to either play for a top half or bottom half seed, in which case, I mean, in a 16-team bracket, they're either going to win this match and get a 5-8 seed, or if they lose this matchup, they're going to get a 9-12 seed, which one makes the journey a little bit easier to get to the top 8 at regional. The other one makes it a little bit more difficult. This time around, though, they'll have a rematch to see who gets that top half seed, as they will play one more time against the UC San Diego Navy team, the Tritons, and UHE about to go underway. As we welcome you back inside of the booth, Clutchkey alongside Joao with you for this next matchup here. We saw it once, Joao, that we get to see it again. It's Tritons and UHE going at each other for the top half seed, which becomes also more important to try to get to the CECC West.
And the last time that we saw these teams play, which feels like a very long time ago, but in reality was just a few hours back, UCSD had a really strong showing on their initial control point, but after that, momentum just fell out of their hands. Everything was in the pockets of the University of Hawaii. Things were looking up and up, and then they hit the roadblock that was Boise State, but still looked pretty strong indeed. But obviously, there's been a lot of time between the last time these two teams fought. There's been a lot of different opponents, a lot of different time to mend out strategies, start shaking off some of the rust, and I'm interested to see where we start off from here.
Yeah, UCSD coming up for those that weren't here for game number 1. UCSD earlier on takes us to 3 maps. University of Hawaii would win both of the Sanctum and the Shrine, despite being down 99-40, 99 to 40%, 99 to 18%. Hawaii would come all the way back to win both Sanctum and Shrine on Nepal, 100-99. Map 2, they take Namani 3-0. Right, we play them one more time as we head to Antarctic Peninsula. To start us off, we will get to go to the South Pole, Antarctic Peninsula. We will go. You can see all the penguins out there. Icebreaker will be our very first map here on the peninsula.
And remember last time that we saw these two teams face, the name of the game was swapping the tanks out depending on the map type that they were playing. Esprit is back in. Aureus is on the bench currently. Esprit was showing pretty strong showcases on the Ramatra comps for the UCSD, especially on their first control point. So let's see if they will potentially be able to give them a better advantage going on in Icebreaker.
Let's see if they can indeed as they move on to the Icebreaker. They'll start on the side as fights will usually go on. Start off on the side part. Maywall's already up, and that Maywall is huge. Deity can do absolutely nothing with it, and the Immortality Field is only going to be able to save this Ramatra for only so long as Smala takes care of Esprit, and UCSD cannot find an answer to start us off. UHG is the one that starts off with the point.
And this is the aggression that UHG was known for and that we saw back in the initial series against San Diego. A lot of this had some time to be refined, had some time to shake off some of the rust, some of the worries in that series against Boise State, and we're seeing that UH wants to secure a top seed in this upcoming bracket.
5-8 seed is what awaits the winner of this one. 9-12 seed awaits the loser here. So this is your day. This is the end of the day here in prime time as the sun sets down on Oahu. So we get to see if University of Hawaii can perform well under the lights of the nighttime sky. As already Say getting 2 kills, Smolov getting 2 as well. It'll just be a cleanup here. River gets the last one as a team wipe here for the University of Hawaii Tritons with no answer a third of the way through.
The sunsets are beautiful on the beautiful shores of Honolulu, and it's showing how this sunset is giving the power back to the University of Hawaii. You could tell that they probably were not happy about the results in that Boise State series and just want to cleanly put this one away, securing a top position.
Let them up. Gonna do it here now as they go around the side one more time. Akamai with the nade is able to find 2 thanks to the application matrix alongside a great Maywall. And that's going to force back the Tritons all the way back. Last time, it was a good 99% before UH flips it this time around. UH has it close to 99 before UCSD can even touch it.
It doesn't seem like UCSD is aware of the opponents that they're facing this time. Potentially not the same university team that they fought just a few hours back. Ultimates are starting to come online though from both sides as we see so much damage being put on by Small Left.
Small Left, Akamai Say, Banana Lumpia all finding their kills. It's just Esprit left to go with 87%. And Say will get the final blow there. 89%. It is a team kill. It's got to be a Lucio Tracer. Somebody quick to touch this point. UCSD will not have a Doomfist up or in time. Either that or a Wrecking Ball. Lucio's going to go around the corner, and it will be a touch here by the Tritons as of right now. Actually, nobody's going to be able to touch. I thought they might have been able to, but no touch whatsoever coming from the Tritons as Fish goes down earlier on, not able to touch. And UHG with not a speck of dust on the icebreaker as they lead off the series 1-0 here, at least on Nepal, or excuse me, on Antarctic Peninsula, looking for the second point now, which I believe will go to Labs.
And I can see why UCSD was a little hesitant to swap onto those, bastard characters. They had 5 ultimates online, hoping that Fish could be the one to touch the point for them in their hour of need. But again, University of Hawaii, as you said, no dust, no anything. No hindrance. The training weights have been lifted off of their ankles, off of their shoulders. Not a single death on the side of the University of Hawaii.
University of Hawaii looking good right now to start us off. Navy side for the Tritons out of San Diego, California. Trying to find their way back into this one. Got 99 on their very first point back on Sanctum this time around. First point around, they show nothing. So UHE starts this off on the right foot. Akamai already, by the way, 25% for the Sojourn from UHE right now already. Needing to be bumped off. Small left is out of that second floor area. Meanwhile, Crowd Freeze from May will drop down. Say has to drop down with the rest of the team. 1 second left until the point unlocked. Ravenous Vortex is being traded out. Esprit falling down oh so low. Already Immortality Field needed to be used as well as the Nemesis form just to get the shield back. However, how much longer will you last as that shield is now gone? The Baptiste falling down oh so low, and no Immortality Field means that this team can just run on up to you. However, Obito and Fish both finding their picks, at least on the mirror side. Obito finding another kill on the save that trades that out, but in a scrappy fight like this one, you leave the Ramatra alone, you're probably not winning the fight, and it's going to be UHE at least getting the start as Small Left finds 3.
It was super close on UCSD to potentially be winning in that fight, but Small Left once again showcasing why they have been picked up for this roster, solidifying it once again, just like they did on Nepal a few hours ago.
See if they can do this one more time. UHE starts us off on the right foot, not a speck of dust last time, 100 to 0 back on the icebreaker. Labs-wise, let's see what they find out as UCSD forced to go all the way around, and Akamai still hitting shots regardless of the time of day. Hits Fish and will hit Reese Cups as well. Bolt support's gone, and now not a chance in hell unless some shot being hit, but Akamai is the one to hit the shot. UCSD backs up, UHE still has it.
This is the Akamai we've come to know and love over these last few semesters, showcasing again why they are one of the strongest Sojourn players in this side of the group stages. And again, you could see, or at least I can see some of that anger being put out into the way that they're playing. That Boise State game really, really invigorated them. Let's put this away quickly. Let's just go ahead. We've beaten them once before. We can beat them again very, very decisively.
Matrix around the corner. Blizzard is available for Say. They might not even need it. Akamai takes care of Reese Cup, so at Matrix, at least for the Baptiste, nothing doing there. Obito finds himself on 100 health, bumped out of the win. Actually, that helps because that actually puts the Mei right in front of Obito, so Akamai is able to find that final blow. So the Lucio, unfortunately, lands up putting them in a bad situation. UCSD can't find an answer right now. 70% enrolling. Final fight territory for UHE.
And again, look at the ultimates that are coming online on both sides. UH, all 5 about to be lit up, and Reese was the only one who used an ultimate in that last fight, but it got no value. With 80% of ticking up faster and faster on this point, we need to see some aggression coming out of UCSD if they want to stay alive on the Antarctic Peninsula.
Just looking for some kind of answer here in the final seconds of it. Annihilation not popped off just yet on either side. It would be the Matrix to start us off. Crowd Freeze here for the Maple right now. It would be the Blizzard that captures 2. That's going to be the Sound Barrier forced out at the same time on either side. And now the Annihilation from Small Left as well. Esprit doesn't even get a chance to use the Annihilation as they die already to Banana Lumpia. Akamai finding the shots already. UHE will go perfect. 2 for 2. 200% to nothing. Not a speck of dust on either point on the icebreaker of the Lab. And UHE starts off with the series 1-0.
Full lockout here on Antarctic Peninsula. There was not even a second that UCSD was able to breathe. Showcasing again, there's a lot of smog down there in Southern California, especially the San Diego area. There ain't none of that here in the beautiful Hawaiian suns on the shores of Oahu.
University of Hawaii starts it off with a 1-0 lead for them already. You can see play the game from Small Left here. This should be the Nemesis form kills for 1 here and then gets another 2 afterwards. follows that up, but it doesn't show up on the play of the game. But regardless, a play by Small Left equals a win for the University of Hawaii, 200-0 percentage-wise for UHE. Perfection, the name of the game on Antarctic Peninsula, something we did not see back on Nepal for their very first map in the day. But I guess the jitters are out and they are underway. Meanwhile, folks, we do know the state of the rest of the bracket actually as we head down. Group A pretty much determined here unless something does happen in this series. Boise State gets the top 4 seed overall. We don't know where they'll be placed, but we're assuming one of the top 2 seeds as they were last year's CECC winners. Meanwhile, UCSD Navy beating CSU East Bay 3-0 in their last series. Therefore, East Bay will get a 13 through 16 seed, aka the bottom 4 seeds available to you within their group. So we'll find out where they land. Meanwhile, again, University of Hawaii playing against UCSD. One of these teams is going to go back with a 5 through 8 seed, one of the top half seeds. The other one's going to get the 9 through 12, aka the bottom half seeds. One makes the easier path than the other to get to that West Regional top 8. Meanwhile, in Group B, pretty much determined as well as next map, by the way, is Circuit Royale. We'll talk about that in a sec. Group B, you'll have UCI Esports playing as the top 4 seed, UNLV, Oregon State. Varsity, by the way, playing right now. They'll determine their top half, bottom half seeding. University of Arizona, however, losing to OSU Varsity 3-0. So the Wildcats will give themselves a bottom 4 seed heading into tomorrow. Group C, meanwhile, UCI, the other UCI team, although not technically associated with the UCI Esports program, UCI, one of the top seeds overall here in this entire tournament, will get a top 4 seed. UCLA, meanwhile, will fight against either UNM or USC. So it could very well be another Pac-12 matchup, if you will, between, or, well, what could be said as a old former Pac-12 soon enough. But either way, both of those teams could play each other. Either that or UNM will play spoiler to that match, and we'll find out there. And as for Group D, pretty much set in stone already as to who will be the top 4. ASU, aka Arizona State. So the Sun Devils are inside of the top 4 range. Meanwhile, UCLA beats out George Fox. George Fox will get a bottom 4 seed. UC San Diego, UCLA playing right now. That's a UC San Diego Gold team. Only 2 UC San Diego teams inside of this entire tournament, one of which plays the University of Hawaii right now as we head to Circuit Royale. So this is a escort map, and I believe it will be one of the few times, and actually the only time we have seen an escort map the entire day through. This one plays a little bit better to the long-range game, so this will be Hanzo, probably a Widowmaker, and probably a Sigma lineup.
And again, like you said, Circuit Royale is Sigma's playground. And what do we see on the side of UCSD? The same exact thing that we saw just a few hours ago. Esprit being subbed out. OW2 being subbed out. Glade and Aureus are going to come into this round. And if that tells me anything, we are going to be seeing the Sigma poke comps. Probably some form of double sniper or some form of Sojourn Widow or Sojourn Hanzo is going to be taking the field soon. And again, this is exactly what they did last time and what they were not able to capitalize on in the last series against University of Hawaii.
Yeah, so for this time around, it won't last. If you go back all the way to the last one, Nimbani was the last map that they had in map number 2. It was a hybrid map. So, and like you were saying about the subs as well, 2 subs come in. Glade will go in, and it will be Esprit going out. I should say Esprit goes out, Aureus comes back in. Beta goes out, Glade comes back in as well. So this will be a DPS and a tank swap here. So essentially, again, like I said earlier, they're going to be playing for map priority. They're going to be playing for whichever players are best deemed fit. And look, last time I checked from the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming roster back in the late stages of 2023 in that fall semester, they had about 12 players on the roster, meaning that this is all about depth. This is about a depth chart here. And so there will be as well a swap for the University of Hawaii because this is the first time we see this for UHE. Lazal swaps in for Say. So we will see a different look on this as well, more or less just for the, I guess, DPS aspect of it, a long-range shot. So you're looking for Hanzo, you're looking for Widowmaker, you're looking for Ash in this scenario. So we'll find out whether or not this works out for the University of Hawaii team. And meanwhile, don't forget, folks, a lot of action left to go here. Still, this is only 1-0. Still got 2 more games left to go. Nothing coming up tomorrow here on the Esports side. But tomorrow, if you do want to watch the conclusion of the West Open qualifiers to see who gets the number 1 seed on the West Regional overall, you can go on over and watch Esports U tomorrow at about 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 2 p.m. here. We'll get the finals underway there for the entire Open qualifiers as well. And if you want to check out the brackets, you can check out Battlefy and look for CSMG/Esports U we will get, and you can find out all the information as to what teams are there and their path to get to this point. We go into Circuit Royale right now. University of Hawaii on the attacking side. We don't know what the heck they're going to pull out here because, again, they're on the attacking side. It could very well be a B. UCSD Navy, though, at least on the DPS side, and the tank, no surprise whatsoever.
And again, we are seeing Say coming out of the roster on the side of UH Esports historically has been primarily a flex DPS, and we see Liz coming in to take over that spot. Looking at the compositions that are starting to roll out on both sides, no surprises here. Circuit Royale, you're hard pressed to find another tank that isn't Sigma on this map in any circuit of the world. And it looks like we are going to be calling for just a bit of a pause as we are waiting on the game to get started. But again, Circuit Royale, Poke comps, Circuit Royale, Sigma comps. It was pretty much bread and butter of the entire Overwatch community, but whenever we see Circuit Royale. So personally, I'm looking to see how this is going to work out between both teams.
Yeah, might be a pause in the action there. If you didn't see at the top left corner of your screen, UCSD side, Reese Cups did not make a selection, so could very well be having a connection issue. We'll find out what the issue was and whether or not we'll get back into the game again. Meanwhile, for those that want to know, again, if you want to follow the entire bracket, check out CSMG/esports on Battlefy, and you'll get all the entire things, including some of the previous tournaments as well. You know, the South Open or the South Regional will get underway here soon enough. I believe the date February 24th. So you can watch whichever one in the South Regional. And for those that don't know the lineup here, this is a stacked roster indeed to watch the South Regional for the entire group line. You have basically what is a great group, including Texas Tech, Bryan and Strand College, we saw at CECC finals last year. Winthrop is in, University of St. Thomas is in, Texas Dallas, again, saw them last year. Blinn saw them in last year as well at CECC, although all with different kinds of bids. So we have not seen who will come out here for the South region. But again, check it all out on CSMG and Esports U. Follow Esports U on Twitch. Looks like we may be going back into the game here in a couple of moments. As well, but also want to talk about the entire lineup here, because for UH, like we were talking about a swap here, Lozal's in for Say. So again, more or less just a little bit of a swap for the map itself. Reese Cups is back in, and because the timer is where it was at, we're gonna restart this entire thing. So Navy team will bring out what is basically the standardized Baptiste, Zenyatta, Widowmaker, Hanzo, and Sigma side. Meanwhile, for UHE, if Akamai stays on this Sojourn, that Sojourn's going to have a lot of free reign, especially if you can just build up some ultimates on that shield.
One of the things that I have seen in a lot of different compositions, both in ranked and other levels of play, is the pick between the Hanzo or the Sojourn. Hanzo has a lot of good one-shot potential and a lot of ability to just arc those shots over the Sigma shield, but what he doesn't have compared to the Sojourn is consistent damage. Sure, you're able to do a pretty good or even amount of shield break with both characters, but those rail shots are going to prove to be the difference between the Hanzo arrows.
See here to start us off, it's going to be a jump shot. Try! And there's Deity getting Akamai down. The jump shot starts it off for the Tritons. An answer. What is UHE right now? Glade also finding a headshot into the Lozals. No chance here for them to try to push this around the corner. Just got to wait for a little while, although Small Left wants a different idea here.
This is exactly what UCSD needs to start off with. Just the aggression. Keeping the University of Hawaii back in their spawn rooms as pressure is going to be pincered in on all sides as their Sigma and the supports are just trapped in that upper deck right there without any support. But as the respawns come in, they are able to bail them out. And as I say that, Glade snipes Akamai out of the stadium.
There's a snipe on the headshot onto Akamai for right now, giving themselves at least a good position. Small Left though trying to make a difference here. That Orb of Harmony just giving them a lot of good healing, at least on the back end. Also, Lozal's trying to hit something here.
Also, think back to the original Nepal map. What was the strength comp that UCSD had? It was that Sigma composition. So this is potentially a bit of the comfort zone that UCSD was looking for the entire time. And we can see why as Aureus takes Liz out of the game.
Aureus takes Lozals out, so find a way in, and Glade also getting a headshot onto Akamai as well, which is a big one for that. No DPS is available at the moment, as Lozals will have to make their way back. Akamai 50%, Lozals 83. This is uncommon here. Akamai is usually the one to get first dibs at the ultimate. This time around, Fish is able to take care of Lozals, but that's traded out for Glade, so no more worry about Hanzo. What you got to worry about is a couple of Widowmaker shots that are still hitting. Application Matrix around the corner will have it. as they get just up inside of the room for right now. Fish again getting another kill, and that's onto River. No app matrix required. Akamai finally taking care of Deity from the side. Transcendence is going to get popped just to keep this team up for right now. Orb of Discord hitting small F oh so much here, and actually gets rid of it at the same time. So for UCSD, just absolutely the answers they want, at least in this map so far.
Blade and Deity are just running circles around Akamai and Liz right now. The Sojourn pick has not proven to be the difference factor that they were hoping it to be. Again, Akamai is much favored on the Sojourn pick as it is his comfort pick. But again, when you're up against the Hanzo, who just has the extended range, the bigger one-shot potential, it can be potentially more difficult.
Lizalzo get a kill onto Glade. The headshot is there. That's the Hanzo on. And Lizalzo find another one onto Deity as well. So that's 2 headshots for the Widowmaker coming all the way back now. Trying to find a little bit more. Trying to push this all the way around the corner. And that payload's in such a good position where if you win this fight, you're probably getting that another point. Waiting for the Zenyatta finally going down here. Orbs of Discord not a worry anymore. And they look to get rid of this Baptiste as well. Deity is able to get rid of his Lizals, but it might be too little too late as UH will finally find an answer to 2.5 on the board.
And again, as we move into the streets of Circuit Royale here, this is where the Sojourn is going to shine a lot more than the Hanzo. Hanzo, much better option on points A and C, but in these closer knit quarters, the Sojourn is able to get more straight direct lines of sight that they are going to be looking for on the side of the University of Hawaii. But again, ultimates are starting to come online from the DPS as Liz made the swap over to the Tracer as well.
The Tracer just to get some uphill battle. Meanwhile, it's going to be a Gravitic Flux, which is huge. That's at least 2 up, and no Immortality field to work with either at that point. Transcendence isn't going to save you a lot. Arius is able to get small F down, and that's a big tank pick. Deity gets rid of Banana Lumpia. Now the rest of the kills will start to fall. Yes, Lizalz finds Fish, but it's going to be too little too late. They have to back up all the way. 2.5 minutes left to go. UH has no answers right now, and that's a big stagger as well as Arius gets Akamai.
Shoving Akamai into the corner, giving UCSD a bigger time to just keep chunking out that time bank. 2 minutes and 15 seconds approaching on the clock as we are ticking down. Part just shy of halfway on point C. The ultimates need to start coming out online as the sites are now given from Deity to the rest of UCSD.
Site just for the information for right now, just popping them around the corner, and it will be the Zenyatta getting hit for a little while. Has to stay back, otherwise it's going to be in a lot of trouble. But now the infra site's going to go away, and so UH now back to a little bit more hitting. But it's going to be the overclock here. There's going to be the Gravitic Flux, finds at least 1 for right now, but it's taken out of it. Glade actually kills Small F before that Gravitic Flux can even drop, so more disadvantageous position for Hawaii. Fish finding kills, and the Zenyatta has been deadly all game long, all map long. The minute and a half left to go. UHE, no answers for this.
Whatever team was on the first map of this, or the first round of this series, is clearly not the same team that is currently in Circuit Royale on the side of UCSD. Very, very strong aggression coming out from the DPS players, and also big shout out needs to be given to Fish as Glade snipes Akamai with that recon arrow out.
Never a good feeling when he died in the recon arrow. That thing's supposed to be for information, not for kills. So with a minute left to go, UH just trying to find some kind of answer, some kind of hope here to get themselves. They have themselves a 1-fight win, at least around the corner for right now. There's going to be the Gravitic Flux up, and that's going to be at least 3 people, or 2 people up inside of the air. That's Baptiste and the Sigma at the same time. Deity's able to get rid of Banana Lumpia. Pulse bomb in the back line, misses, just goes a little bit wide from the target. Nothing there for right now. 40 seconds left to go. Lizalz goes down. There's going to be the Sigma trying to find itself a kill. Zenyatta, though, goes down. And UHE needs to find some kind of miracle here with only a Transcendence to work with.
It is going to be an uphill battle. Look at the ultimates that are online versus just the Transcendence of UH. There needs to be a miracle. Liz needs to do the same thing that they were able to do to break through point A, trying to see if they can get a lucky shot with that Widowmaker. But the sights are now online from Deity once more, as the arrows are going to keep flying. Sigma barriers keep thrown to the face with 5 seconds left on the clock.
5 seconds left on the clock. They're going to try to contest this right now. They will have the card pushed up for a little while. There's going to be the accretion there, but Small Left is caught up inside of it a little bit. Inside of the disruptor shot, and now has to run against this application matrix. Already gets rid of the immortality field. Akamai is able to get rid of Deity, which is a huge start for them. Can they keep it going though? Transcendence is going to be popped out first by Fish. That doesn't find really being anything except for the lead up for right now. Transcendence being not used by River at all, but it might be too little too late as Fish already gets Aureus down on a headshot side. River Flux is up. It's going to find at least 2 people up inside of the air. Akamai and Small Left will find their picks. Overtime clock starts to run here as it's just the Baptiste on point. They will run away and they somehow get the answer with just only 2 ultimates being used. Lazal's up to a pulse bomb, or not up to a pulse bomb, I should say. 16% used the pulse bomb earlier on, doesn't find anything out of it. So, ultimate-wise, nothing on the board on either end. Deity switches on over to Genji, and here we go with one more fight. Around the corner that will go. While I'm trying to hit the Genji. Genji not hit for right now. They'll contest the point with the Genji for right now. As overclocked rather, is being popped out. Akamai just trying to find a shot. Gravitic Flux is going to be used. Gravitic Flux lands at least 2 up inside of the air. Immortality field gets rid of. It's a trade-off, but the bigger one is the tank going down, and there's no more shield left to go for the rest of this team to hide behind right now in the final 3 meters of this point. Genji, Orbis discorded as well, is rocked down, and UNG in the last seconds of this point is able to find another 90 on the board.
They didn't hear the bell ringing just yet. University of Hawaii continuing into the last stages of Circuit Royale. This one is the most closed off area. We are going to be seeing the swap over to the Sojourn instead of the Widowmaker this time, and this is going to be the difference maker that is going to be seen. Deity needs to be putting up the same results that they were able to accomplish on the Widowmaker, but again, this is going to be a tougher position to hold. There's so many different angles that can be taken on from each side as we see some of the members of the University of Hawaii making their ways onto the right.
Over right now, and a couple of members from UCSD falling also low. Immortality field needing to be used already, but the Hanzo still hitting shots. Is able to take care of River. 40 seconds left to go. Needs to find some way in, and if they're going to make this final fight, they can make this final point because you've already lost the Zenyatta at this point. You just got to back.
Oh, there's so much staggering going on the side as Deity snipes Liz out and sends them back to the spawn room with only 25 seconds left on the clock as Dragon Strike is thrown in to split off Small Left away from his DPS, but Small Left is not taking anyone for granted, making sure to get at least 1 kill to keep them in the momentum.
For right now, there's going to be the Gravitic Flux up. That gets at least 2 members. Immortality field used, but it's got to save one or the other, and Small Left is the one that gets Deity down, which is a big pick for you right now. Application Matrix is out just to stave them off the card, but good thing a card is around the corner so you can stay there at least for a couple of moments before the overtime clock bleeds out. Now the shield's around the corner. Fish is still hitting shots. This Zenyatta has been hitting shots all map long and will continue to do so. Aureus actually eats up Lazal's pulse bomb. Transcendence there can only save you for so long until that Transcendence runs out. Deity's able to get rid of Small Left, and this is not looking good for UAG. It's looking better for the Tritons moving on up. It's just the Baptiste left to go, and UAG is denied 3 points here in Circuit Royale. UCSD, thanks to a combination of snipes and great shots, is able to deny access. UAG only finds 2 points.
And we can see why exactly that they are swapping over to the Circuit Royale, because this is definitely the comfort zone that they were looking for the entire time. Maybe not so much favored on the rush compositions, but definitely these Sigma compositions have been proving to be super valuable to the side of San Diego. We saw it time and time again this round. Glade and Deity both putting Akamai and Liz in the ground.
And overall, too, for UHG, it's just unfortunate that really Akamai and Lazals really couldn't get off the ground, except for a couple of shots for Akamai, well done. But Lazals just couldn't find anything, at least on the Widowmaker side. Did get a couple of headshots around the corner during point number 1, but other than that, it was all Glade, it was all Deity finding their shots. And don't forget Fish as well. Fish has been an absolute wreck to this UH team, finding all the picks, at least on the headshots on these orbs. So overall, just a great showing by UCSD, and again, this was the reason why they picked it. A little bit longer range. Glade came in, Aureus came in as well for the Sigma pick, as well as a Hanzo pick. So basically, like I said, this depth chart for the UCSD Tritons, a very big thing to note. You want to try to figure out what maps to play around, because otherwise the flexibility is nice. Although UHE does have Small Left that plays a lot of things, including a Sigma that we know well. Get to see what they pull out here. UCSD again staying with the same thing. UHE though thinking that this time the Sojourn's going to work out, and if it's against the Shield here, maybe they find a few better picks, but they just got to watch out for UCSD's snipers. That is both Deity, Glade, and even Fish.
don't forget that defending on Circle Royale is an extremely different game than attacking on Circle Royale. And this is exactly why Liz notices the Widowmaker in the corner there and just completely takes Deity out, putting so much extra pressure as Akamai is finally waking up, getting the rail shot onto Glade, setting them back. But Smolov getting so much pressure applied from the Zenyatta Discord Orb and the other Sigma on the enemy team, almost isolating themselves out as the Amplification Matrix comes out just in time to save Aureus away from that certain doom, and more pressure being applied onto the side of UCSD. But again, the spawns are going to start coming back in as Glade rejoins the fight, adding more and more pressure back onto the University of Hawaii. Heart moving slowly but surely as the shots keep coming and coming.
Yeah, they're just going to keep pelting them with shots overall, just building up towards an ultimate. Lozals is almost to an infra site, but the bigger one is the difference between the two Sigmas. Aureus at 45, Smolov at 78. So this is really what it is all about, getting up to a Gravitic Flux and hoping that UCSD's Fish doesn't have a Transcendence to counter it, even getting rid of the Immortality field while you're at it.
Shots are going to keep coming out from Liz and Deity, seeing which Widowmaker can potentially get the better of the other. Again, you can't count the Zenyatas out though. Fish has been extremely important this whole engagement, as we do see Liz taking the sights on as both Widowmakers seeing themselves. Deity sniped out as the Amplification Matrix is sitting on the clock, on the cart, as Smolov takes Glade out. Smolov sending Reese's out. Immortality field, sorry, come to save the rest of the team as the rest of UCSD is sent back to the spawn rooms.
Sigma doing oh so much work here for Smolov, getting at least 2 people up inside of the Gravitic Flux, and then that big kill from Lozals as well on the defensive end. So the Widowmaker doing some work now. You got to worry about ultimates. UHE does have Transcendence to work with, actually both sides do, but the bigger one is to worry about Aureus with that Gravitic Flux as well. If that Gravitic Flux comes up and you don't have a Transcendence and an Immortality field, UCSD is going to take rightful advantage of it, so be careful with your cooldowns. Lozals, though, starting it off, making sure Transcendence isn't a problem.
Transcendence isn't a problem when you have somebody who can just take you out of the game with one quick shot, as Liz continues to fire the Widowmaker shots down and down through the entirety of UCSD's backline. Damage is going to be applied as the infrasight is going to be popped on the side of Deity, but everyone is playing just completely out of the sight of this Widowmaker, not allowing Deity to have any space to do anything. And as I say that, Deity and Fish find their way through the barrier and take out Akamai, Liz, Small, and River, sending the rest of UH back to the spawn room.
That's just an unfortunate thing of having no cooldowns whatsoever for Smolov. Smolov had it, but just nothing there. And actually, Smolov's about to build up to another ultimate where Aureus hasn't even used theirs yet. So if they can touch this point, UH has got a chance, but I don't think they're going to make it in time anyways. They don't have a speed character like a Lucio or a Wrecking Ball or whatnot. So they're not going to make it. They gave up 2.5. Not too bad, though. UH comes up with 3 ultimates, coming up on a 4th. Could very well lap Aureus to their ultimate. Question is, can UHE take advantage of it? Because if they can force out a Transcendence with a Gravitic Flux early on, UHE can take rightful advantage of it and give it right back.
And this is the thing that we were starting to see that UCSD was coming alive on, as Glade finds a lucky pick onto Akamai. These are the shots that needed to be taken, as Fish is also taking Liz out of the game. Gravitic Flux being thrown in on from the side of Aureus there, as River God is forced to pop the Transcendence potentially a little early just to save the remaining UH members. And again, more and more pressure is going to be applied from both Glade and Fish. The Amplification Matrix is unfortunately not enough to deter the remaining members of UCSD away from the card, especially not when Glade is able to take these off angles onto the enemy team.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation. They used up the Transcendence, they used the Amp Matrix just to make something happen, but unfortunately, either way it doesn't happen, and now you've got the Gravitic Flux up, there's going to be a Transcendence to counter it.
So much pressure is going to be applied on from Aureus here to try and get one of those lucky picks. A Smolov is taken halfway down. Amplification Matrix coming out from Reese as the cart is marching forward and forward. With only 3.3 meters left, Smolov trying as hard as they can to continue to hold and anchor this point. Liz finding a lucky pick, but unfortunately it's not looking like it is enough. So many picks are coming back and forth, but the University of Hawaii sent back to the spawn rooms. UCSD, with 3 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock, makes it to point C.
It's just unfortunate. Smolov just keeps running out of utility as well. Almost got it, and then the Kinetic Grasp tried to stay up. If the Accretion doesn't hit, Smolov actually stays in that. It gets a lot of shield. Unfortunately, though, the Accretion stuns it out, and you're not able to find anything. So now, ultimate-wise, UHE comes up on nothing. UCSD comes up on nothing. This is a dry fight, if you will, trying to build up ultimate to make an advantage. With 3 minutes left to go to just get around the corner, there needs to find a pick, and find a pick very early on.
The aggression needs to start coming out from the side of University of Hawaii. Yes, so many positions are now being taken on head. We see so many members starting to take the high ground as Akamai was able to snipe Deity out of the game, putting a little bit of a break on the cart moving as 2 minutes and 40 seconds are ticking down. But look at the position of the rest of UCSD. The Hanzo from Glade is still in the corner, but Akamai has no issues with that as Deity's Tracer taken out from the middle of the spawn room, completely severing away, making this fight to make sure it stays a 4v5. And as I say that, Fish just wanted to make sure that this fight is staying even and keeping everything as even as possible.
The big thing, though, is that UCSD's not staying on this card. The card keeps moving backwards. If they can keep this going, UH can find themselves another fight, even if they were to lose one. Now the card was in a position where it was one fight. UCSD just went all the way around, nothing doing, so now they just got to find picks. If you can end this one, but Deity and Glade both finding their picks, it's not bad. You get another shot at this. That card movement was so big for them.
So many people are falling on the side of UH, but look at how many people were left alone on the side of UCSD. Blade is able to find as many picks as they are able to, and they are going to re-solidify this. But as you mentioned, the cart was sent back so far. 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock as the remaining spawns are coming back on the side of UH. And this is going to be a very, very expensive fight coming on. As we see 4 ultimates starting to come online for the UCSD, 3 online for the University of Hawaii.
Following that, now they get another chance at this. Also going to have to touch here, but they got to find something out of it. And now you don't have a false one available. Transcendence and Overclock are going to have to do a lot of work for you in this final situation, in what could very well be the final situation.
Overclock so far has not been able to find anything, getting the Sigma down to half HP, getting Glade down to half HP as well. But all that's for naught when they can just be healed up. And Small left getting the pick onto DD. Hart continuing to move farther and farther back as Fish is able to find River God and re-stabilize this fight, as this is going to be a very, very scrappy engagement.
They don't have an Orb of Discord anyways here, so now they got to just switch back. Akamai's got to go all the way back to spawn. But again, the card moves back, so you give yourself a little bit more time to regroup, even if you were to lose this fight. Smallest just got to get out of the way of this Orb of Discord. Remember, the patch said 7-second difference between putting an Orb of Discord on somebody. Just get out of the way, and now River God finds Glade.
So much is going to be coming on the side from the University of Hawaii, but look at the ultimates and look at how many kills are being taken on. UCSD staying alive in this as the series is looking to march to 1-1 even. UCSD taking Circuit Royale.
That was close. UH had a chance at that. Unfortunately, River died with the Transcendence in hand, so just nothing doing, and the Transcendence happening for Fish gives them the win here on Circuit Royale. So now we got ourselves a little bit of a series here between these two teams. It tied up at 1 apiece, and now you can see play the game here. Just the Zenyatta, rather I should say the Zenyatta's doing some work, but it's also the Widowmakers too, just hitting their shots, giving themselves the assist with the infrasight. So the Widowmaker battle was very interesting. Unfortunately, at the end, UH gave themselves a chance. They were able to defend the cart, push it all the way back, giving themselves another shot at the end. It was just that unfortunate, just the cooldowns timing unfortunate, because Small Left had a chance to defend the card a couple of times. Just nothing was up. Like the kinetic grass could have been up, or kinetic grass got stunned. Could have sent it out for a couple of moments, but other than that, just nothing there. And then at the end of the game, and the end of that map, their River had their ultimate, had the Transcendence, just died with it. And again, another unlucky situation for them. So it tied us up at 1 apiece, and we get a 3-1, or we're going to see map 4 for the first time today at all, in which case, at least inside of this group, because otherwise it's been mainly 3-0 the entire way. So Group A is going to finally see a series at least go 1-1. And for right now, University of Hawaii with their pick, this will be an interesting one to state.
And again, remember, the winner of this match is going to get the higher seed in this whole bracket. And again, every point matters. A clean 3-0 would have been preferred for either side of the fight here. But again, if you want to have a better shot, a better success in this tournament, you need to start putting away all these maps. UCSD may have fallen earlier to UH, but again, there's a lot of time between both matches. There's a lot of time for UCSD to shake off the rust, a lot of time for UHE to shake off their rust. And again, we saw in the Boise match, there is still some things that the UH is able to be exploited. As I do believe we are now moving on to New Junk City with a flashpoint that was chosen by UHE.
Yeah, so this will be essentially Hawaii's 2 out of 3 on itself, because they played New Junk City earlier on against UCSD, won that 3-0 pretty convincingly, if you will. And then on the other map you had for Boise State, they lost that 0-3 on New Junk City as well. So really comes down to what how confident UH is in winning this, because right now that map number 3 becomes also important. Can't pick the same thing twice again. Rules state clearly here that you cannot choose the same game mode more than 3 times. More importantly, you cannot repeat the same map or game mode combo in a series, so they can't repeat, if you will, 2 times in a row. But for Flashpoint, pretty much control points, and UH did this earlier on, where they won 2-0 back on Nepal, won 2-0 pretty convincingly as well, and on Antarctic Peninsula. And we know that Small Left here has been playing the Junker Queen oh so well, and the rest of the team with the Kiriko and the Kiriko as well as the Lucio play fast, play quickly. They can do this pretty well as well, and I'm assuming that Lazals is going to come out. There's going to be Say back in at the same time, which is my assumption here, and I believe I'm getting confirmation right now that that is the case. So Say will come back in. Lazals will go back out. So overall, this should be a very quick and a very destructive game for the University of Hawaii. I feel like the energy is pumped up, that they are mad from that last one. They knew they could win it. It just didn't happen at the end, so they're going to try to take this one all the way.
And again, do keep in mind that Liz is the substitute DPS on this roster. More often than not, they are running with Say in that second DPS spot. And again, Akamai and Say have a strategy that works together. And when you need to deviate from that strategy, then you can see some of the weaknesses coming out from the side of UH. But again, when you get the UH boys down, they come running right back. As we are going to see on New Junk City, I can see the aggression coming back. Last time, UCSD was not able to take anything off of UHE when we went to New Junk City, and I have no doubt in my mind that is probably going to see a repeat of earlier today.
Yeah, so the repeat earlier today, too, was Esprit comes back in. Arius was in earlier on, but that gets traded out for Esprit, so I'm assuming we're going to see either the Ramacha or the Junker Queen mirror yet again. That's probably my assumption. As for the DPSs, most likely May Sojourn is what I'm expecting as well for the DPS side at the very least, although we could see Tracer there as well. But my assumption is the May Sojourn, just because that's been working for them so far. So we'll get to see and we'll get to find out what it is in the end. But meanwhile, for those that are trying to wonder out what is going on here, Hawaii needing to win this match in order to get a top half seed heading into tomorrow. It's a 16-man bracket overall, 16-team bracket, I should say. And the winner of that entire bracket will get the number 1 seed heading into the West Regional next month. But the bigger scenario here for this thing is, if you can win this, you get a 5 through 8 seed. If you a 5 through 8 seed heading into tomorrow, which makes your path a lot easier, because then you would only need a win to get guaranteed spot into the regional. If you lose, you're basically out. You're one and done. That's it. That's a single elimination bracket for you. So for Boise State, they're sitting tight and pretty. They're just watching the other groups going on right now, as your top 4 seeds currently. Boise State in Group A. In Group B, it will be UCI Esports. In Group C will also be UCI, although spelled differently. Again, different affiliations there. And of course, Arizona State. So 2 UCI teams will be in, or 1 UCI team, 1 UCI team. Different spellings there. You'll see it later if you look at the bracket. 1 Boise State and 1 Arizona State. So everybody else is just figuring out their position, whether or not it'll be top half or bottom half. So this gets really dicey here, because if you lose this one, going into tomorrow, that's not the momentum you want. UH wants some momentum, and especially to get a top half bracket seed would be immense for them to try to get into the regional come up next month. So this is going to be a very, very important map for them, especially now that it's gone from a 1st to 3 to a 1st to 2, essentially. That New Junk City becomes also important. They dominated last time. They got to do it again.
Yeah, and again, one crucial thing that we are seeing different from that original series earlier in the day is that Esprit is going to be the tank coming in on the side of UCSD. Originally, it was Aureus playing the remaining maps in that series, and the one thing that we saw in UCSD's original series is that Esprit was a much stronger player when it came to the Ramacha compositions. And again, rush compositions are the name of the game more often than not on these Flashpoint maps. So that's what we're going to be needing to see, as we are going to be entering this game very shortly.
Yeah, we'll enter the game very shortly here. New Junk City, again, one of 2 maps, including Surabasa. That is one of the 2 newest maps, although Clash will look to be coming in later on inside. We got to look at that during BlizzCon 2023. Clash might be the new game mode, and that might change up the rules entirely. But as it's Flashpoint here, 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 points to control here, and on New Junk City, got plenty to work with. Of course, first round is always going to be the arena. Then it could go to anywhere in the 4 between the bomb flats, as well as the ducks. And of course, they won a refinery, they won on the ducks, and they won the arena. So for UH, needing to find some kind of hope there, because otherwise this is going to turn a little bit ugly. So you can see the lineups right now. UHE gives it a chance to be Sojourn as well as a Genji for Say in the meanwhile. So they're going to play a little more dive. It'll pretty much be mirrors on either side.
Are you sure you don't want to run with the Mercy Lucio? We saw one of the teams in Calling All Heroes do it. They had pretty mixed success with it. But as we are going to be seeing UH and UCSD come to clash in on these Junker Queen compositions, looking like a pretty standard one. And we are going to be seeing just a bit of a back and forth as the knives are going to be thrown in by both Small Left and Esprit. But again, pretty common for this first initial point on New Junk City. Name of the game is who can outflank the other one. River God is having a lot of pressure being applied onto them, but luckily with that Kiriko, you are able to swift step out of there. But not swift step fast enough. It's delayed, just slices through River God, putting in UCSD in a more advantageous position as Deity snipes Say out, and once again putting themselves back in the contention for this fight.
Yeah, UCSD starts it off well. They're learning from what they were previously against UH on this map. They know that they cannot just run into this team. They're running a little bit more safely, and they're going to run to a target focus here. So if they can get that one down, that's big for them. Just go around the Junker Queen. You can go for the back line, especially when you get the key to go down first. That's a big one when the Lucio can only AoE heal and very small at that.
And again, we are going to see a bit of a scrappy fight now starting to come into play as Akamai is taken out by Deity, as the rest of the damage is going to be applied on the side of from UCSD. And again, there might not be any healers taken out, but losing Akamai is a very, very big detriment to this initial engagement. Cleanse is going to be put in to try and keep the University of Hawaii in the game a little bit longer. But look at that capture percentage, 74% and climbing as the Rampage goes, getting a clean 3 as the Cleanse was not able to clear it. Getting people down as close as they can, but Esprit was the only one taken out. Small Left once again taking Fish out of the game, but Deity pops the overclock to keep them in this fight. 99% now ticking up to the initial point. No Ajax on the points from Banana Lucia, and now we are going to be seeing Small Left start to initiate the recontest here. NG taken out of the game as UH Esports re-solidifies their control. 99-0 now ticking up.
Okay, but they forced out the sound barrier, which is not good news for you. UH is only coming up on an overclock. UCSD comes up on 3 ultimate. Yes, they lose the Kitania Rush, and yes, you lose the overclock. But for UCSD, they come up on a sound barrier, a blade, as well as a rampage. If any of those go well, if you can take out the Suzu early on from River, you're giving yourself a good chance through UCSD to take this point. UH is on the back foot to start this off.
The player to watch is actually going to be River God, as we see Esprit looking up to find that juicy rampage. The blade is going to come out, slicing Say out of the game. So much pressure being applied onto the backline of the University of Hawaii. The sound barrier was popped on the side of Fish, but in the end, wasn't necessary. 69 or 70% was all the University of Hawaii was able to muster, as now UCSD takes the first round.
It's a lot different from what we saw earlier on. UCSD learning from their mistakes earlier. Now will have to find their way into the next one. I believe the Ducks are going to be the next one, so it's going to be the next waypoints and the next flashpoint, I should say. So they're going to have to go all the way around for UH. USCSD is going to get first touch on this, and in the meanwhile, just got to find some way. If you're UH, you have the overclock ready, but you used a lot of ultimates to try to just win that point earlier on. Now UCSD still holding on to a rampage, could very well make some noise, although Small Left coming up on one of their own.
This is going to be an extremely crucial ultimate that is going to be used, because look at what's coming in from Varsity. There's the Kitsune Rush slicing through 3 members on UCSD, taking Fish very low and taking Esprit out of the game, as Akamai's overclock is able to clean up the remaining players on the side of UCSD. All there's left to do is just finish capturing the point.
That's a good start for you. 2 ultimates only needed. You've got Akamai used, and of course the Rampage too. Esprit still has yet to use the Rampage here at the very least, so you're giving yourselves a good chance by opening it up. But now you also get rid of the Kitania Rush too. Just got to worry about an overclock, got to worry about a Rampage too from UCSD. So UHE now having Kitania Rush of their own could very well turn the fight if they play this right. Just keep track of Akamai and keep track of your mate, because if you keep those 2 alive, you're freezing, you're killing, you're doing good.
Now here we are going to see the engagement being started, as the knife is going to bring the Junker Queen just a little bit closer to Small Left than the rest of the University of Hawaii. Overclock on the side of Deity is popped, as 2 crucial picks of the Mei and the Kiriko are taken out but for the UH Esports and UCSD respectively. But Small Left, all hail the Queen, as they are taking out the remaining players on the side of UCSD, sending them back to the spawn room. Nice and brutal stagger onto Esprit, as 80% is ticking up. I don't think they are going to be able to recontest this point though.
Oh, Mike Cutty's Small Left went straight for it. Didn't even bother worrying about a Genji in their face. Just went right up to the Kiriko and said hello. So this is a lot better than it was the last time. Now UHE has the bitter advantage. UCSD again, Esprit still has yet to use the Rampage. Been holding on to this for a little while now. you figure that UCSD is going to try to look for something, especially if we go to the next waypoint here, flashpoint, if you will. Glade's going to come up another Blade. Esprit has the Rampage available, but look, UH also has a sound barrier to try to counter that out. If this Blizzard is going to be the biggest part of this composition here for UHE, they can get this off with no sound. They can get this off before the sound barrier. The Blizzard looking very good. They just got to play a little bit more aggressively to do so.
The name of the game is going to be ultimate rotations, as the pressure is going to be applied. As the Flex throws the axe back away. Look at how much damage is being applied, and none of that is really big matter, but Blade is just there with his blade slicing through. River God was not able to cleanse the Rampage on, but it doesn't look like it's going to be too big of a deal, as they are going to be trading blow for blow on the side of University of Hawaii. That's going to be letting UCSD have this point, de-engaging just to get a bit of a better one. Axe swing, though, is going to be a very, very large one, as Esprit is out. Rampage hits 3 and forcing the sound barrier out from UCSD. Players are taken down to just a little bit lower, especially Greasy is getting so much pressure applied to them. Genji slicing through to try and escape and add some extra damage. UCSD was able to cap the point, but University of Hawaii is able to stop their capture percentage at around 34%.
I cannot fathom how Smalllift is playing this well right now on Junker Queen here. It's just nothing looked like it was going their way, especially with the start of that Blade, and then all of a sudden just the swing away on the Genji alongside of that Rampage. This tank player, I tell you what, is just unbelievable for UH. And so right now, UH on the better rotation, having to take the lead here, and we'll have a Blizzard, have an Overclock, and have a Kitsune Rush. UCSD only ult available is a Kitsune Rush. If UH can only win this by using 1 or 2 ults, they're going to take this flashpoint and take the lead.
Edie is taken so low, but Esper takes Banana out of the game. Akamai, though, doing their best to try and keep them stabilized, but look at the kills coming in on the side of UCSD. Only 1 ultimate needed to be used, and look at how many ultimates were used from the side of University of Hawaii. All 3 crucial ultimates were used in that fight, all for naught, as University of California, San Diego able to recontest the point.
Yes, you see San Diego giving themselves a good chance with this point now because they only used 1 ultimate. Like you were saying, Kitsune Rush was the only thing used. UHE having to use all of everything. Overclock died. Kitsune Rush didn't do well, and the Blizzard just didn't find anything because they sped right through it. So now for UCSD, they've got the advantage. UH has to find some way in. That knife isn't going to help you out. They got to just get rid of this Overclock, or they got to find a way to get some damage on.
Overclock popped and snipes Fernando Lupia out before they're able to get their sound barrier online. Smalllift was able to take their counterpart down and get Blade out, but Akamai is also removed from the point. 1 support is still alive on the side of UH, but there's 2 alive on the side of UCSD, so that's all not going to matter when Deity is taken out of the game. Don't C9 the point is the name of the game, as they are getting Reese out of the point. Lucio from Fish is able to sneak their way out of there, but this point is solidified as UH recaptures 70% and ticking up.
That is excellent discipline from Smalllift. They're able to hold on to the Rampage, have the Rampage available, but knew that they didn't need to use it, considering that they could have won the fight without it. So now you come into this with the sound barrier for the Blade. You also come in with a Rampage on yourself. This is looking good for UHE if they can rotate out their ultimates correctly.
Rampage is only able to land onto 2, but that's all that you need. 99.99 on, as Akamai is able to take them down. Unfortunately, had to commit the sound barrier into that fight, but Deity was able to snipe Akamai out of the fight, trying to keep UCSD alive. The other opposing sound barrier there, and Deity is trying not to stay out of this fight. Blizzard committed on from Say. Smalllift taking Deity out of the game, and in the midst of the chaos, UCSD walks off the point. UH recaptures the point in a bit of more of an expensive fight that they were wanting, but in the end, the job was done.
You mentioned Smalllift only getting 2 there. That was good enough. You only needed the Junker Queen there. Yes, Deity got a few picks, but now UCSD playing on the back foot here, especially for ultimates wise. River gets a Kitsune Rush available to them, and now UCSD coming up with a Kitsune Rush of their own. Look, Esprit used the Rampage to nothing, so now the Kitsune Rush is going to be used on either side. This is just going to be a scrappy fight inside this one room.
Kitsune Rushes are going to be fighting against each other in a head-on collision, as the axe swing is going to be coming out, trying to get as much damage and as much tick percentage onto the rest, as the rest of University of San Diego is trapped off of the rest of the team. The Mei ultimate is there, just putting, or Mei wall is putting so much blocking pressure. UH has the point in the middle of that, sending the entirety of UCSD into the spawn room. That was a very scrappy fight that the University of Hawaii Rainbow Warriors solidified on their tape.
They give themselves a good chance at this, but now they have no ultimates on the board, although Smalllift coming up on another Rampage, and this dude's been building up so many ultimates, and now at the same time too, Say will also have a Blizzard, which could very well impact this. no defensive ultimates to use. Fish does not have a sound barrier. Deity's the only one with an ultimate with an overclock, but Deity's been the danger all game long. If Deity hits a shot here, you can kiss that chance goodbye, but what a Maywalk start.
You can kiss that chance goodbye when the Suzu is used too early. But again, just because the Suzu was used too early does not mean that the remaining players on the University of Hawaii are able to recontest. River God and Small Left are doing their best to try and keep them in this fight. Junker Queen Axemen are going as fast as they can. So Lucio Kiriko keeping them alive, but Esprit able to come back and kick the remaining players off of their point. University of Hawaii tried their best to stay on the point, but in the end, UCSD showed their resolve.
Yeah, Triton's doing themselves a good favor there by winning that fight, keeping themselves in that. They lost that fight. That's the point given away to UH, and essentially the map wins. So now Smalllift is going to switch on over to the Romantra, meaning that they're going to try to play this more upbeat, more upfront here to try to get rid of this Junker Queen and counter her out. So now with Blizzard available, that's it. UCSD is going to have 3 ultimates on the board, including a defensive ult for this Blizzard should it go down. If you can get rid of somebody here, that sound barrier is going to mean absolutely nothing if you can just rush right in.
Big damage is applied onto the Junker Queen and onto the Genji as the Blizzard is now coming out as the Rampage was frozen. River God takes Esprit out as he was frozen in. So much more damage is being applied onto the side of the University of Hawaii as they are slowly but surely recapturing the point. River God uses a kunai to snipe Deity out as the Lucio swoops up the point. 79% and counting, getting these extra stagger picks as the Kiriko is thrown out. More and more pressure is being applied onto Lucio as the remaining players, even though the Doomfist is here, trying their best to try and go in. And Glade is taken out. The Blade not accomplishing anything. 99 overtime, but the Doomfist is taken out. Lucio touching the point in one last ditch attempt, trying to see if they can keep staying on long enough for the Kitsune Rush to come back, but it is not enough. University of Hawaii, it was a very, very scrappy fight, but in the end, they were able to secure their win.
Unbelievable, this team from UH. Down the first point, they lose Arena, but they gather themselves up. They come back for the rest of the map. And again, the big play here, I mean, it may not be play of the game, but from Blade at the very least, getting the Blade, and what a Blade this was, by the way. This was a huge engage for you, especially with the sound barrier, so well done to the player from UCSD. But for UHE overall, they were able to regather themselves up, give themselves a chance to bring this all the way back together, especially when you talk about Small Left on the tank. They're building up the ultimates, building up the rampages, putting the rampages in a perfect position to do so, and making sure in that last fight in the refinery as well, you saw it, that rampage meant everything. Even if they didn't win the fight, they got rid of the Suzu earlier on, and that's the kind of impact you want to have for your team. So Small Left overall just doing an excellent job for this team. And let's not forget the DPSs as well. Sei as well as Akamai doing their part, hitting their shots, especially on the Soldier and especially on the Maid, doing their part to make sure that they give themselves an excellent chance to win that one. New Junk City is their map on Flashpoint, and a well-done job to them. So now we go on to the last map. This is going to be UCSD's pick. So will we see map number 5, or will UHE close it out here? We have yet to see. But UCSD, I haven't seen a map that they didn't have their shining moments on. We could see where it goes next, and I believe, sorry, say that one more time.
Lee, we are heading out into Coliseum
so it'll be the first time we see Push.
Push is making its debut for the first time today in the CECC qualifiers. And again, if there's anything that the last round just taught us, UCSD, while they do have a lot of things in their wheelhouse, they can't necessarily be counted out. But UH's experience is also showing their signs of life and why they are at the very least the second best team in this group stage right here. So many things were going well onto their side. But again, UCSD just wasn't able to capitalize on it. And again, what are we seeing but the common theme that UCSD has been doing? Arius is back in. Esprit out. We are seeing the tank swaps once more on the side of San Diego. And again, this is the name of the game. Putting in those tank players who are more and more comfortable on this certain maps. But will that potentially shake up their strategy? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think this pick, this swap out here for Arius is mainly for the map itself. This is Coliseum, a little bit more long range, if you will, especially on that starting point. So we might see, Hanzo Sojourn, we might see a little bit more long range, but if they decide to go Brawl, again, Arius, we saw on that last map, played a little bit more of a Sigma here. So we saw the Sigma last time. Small, if we know, plays the Sigma as well. It was just a long range game between Glade as well as Lazal's. Just all over the place here in terms of DPS side. So we're seeing more long range between the Widowmaker and the Hanzo. that was on Circuit Royale. Who knows? That might take a different turn here because it's more push map. It's a little more brawl, but that long sight line is going to give you at least the start of first fight win, and more or less a stat here for you all. If you on push, if you win the first fight, if you get the first 20 meters of the game, you're going to win 80% of the time at the very least. If you're able to get the first 20 meters on the board without the other team getting anything, if you were getting the first checkpoint here, then your odds go up even higher to 96% to win the entire thing if the other team doesn't get a single meter on the entire robot. So for UHE, this is going to have to be an aggressive push for UCSD, changing it up. If this is the look here, UHE has no idea what's coming, and Ari is playing on the Doomfist and said, okay, maybe a dive, but UH took this well off last time, especially on Numbani when Arius was in. If you remember map number 2, they won that 3-0, playing something similar to this comp right now that UCSD has, but UHE this time is playing at a neutral point.
And again, the name of the game is going to be the dive versus the rush. Is Aureus able to overpower small left for the second time in this series? This is what they are going to need to do. But again, we are going to be seeing this taking out as the engagements are going to begin.
Let's see here, 20 seconds already gone off the clock, and Akamai up to 8% already, just trying to build up that ultimate. We've seen Akamai build up to 25% or at this point in the game, but nothing doing so far. Again, longer range, maybe a little bit more dive scenario for UCSD. So back off for right now, though the Hanzo just trying to keep this team at bay. Smallef, though, will try to push up already. Smallef's in a lot of trouble. That already half health, having to pop off Nemesis form just to stay alive on that. Regardless, though, Akamai getting onto Arius. Trades out for River God, though, so a healer for a tank. Well, who do you take here? Who do you take for the down? 6 meters already being pushed up. Say will back off the Tracer. This is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade that UH should be able to win this one out.
Tanks may have been able to take each other out, but again, the DPS have been showing these small little skirmishes of where they are trying to get the one up on each other. But Akamai taking Deity out, just completely shutting down the dive over here.
That's 20 meters along the way, and that's the mark for the first, or for the win at the very least. You get the first 20% without the other team getting any. The 80% is on. However, that could very well change in an instant. Remember, it's just statistics. It is not the final. Who knows? It could very well happen. Nemesis form is out and about, and this Hanzo's in a lot of trouble as well, with only a little bit of healing left to go. Smallef almost falling down as well, but needs the Immortality Field. The Immortality Field is gone for the next few seconds. Cooldowns now in favor of UCSD. Nano Boost available alongside of a Pulse Bomb. That Nano Boost is going to go right on top of the Winston, who is all the way up in the back line. It's Baywalled off, can't do anything about it for right now. Banana Lupia, though, stuck on the wrong side of that wall. Akamai is able to find a kill on Deficient. It's not even going to matter. In a 3-for-1 straight up, the Nano Boost makes the difference, and UCSD Navy takes the robot.
This is exactly why you are seeing why Aureus is coming in. Because even though that Winston was blocked off, the Nano Boost just was able to be there to help them get that extra engagement that they needed in order to get the bot rolling back in their favor. UH was sent back to the spawn room, and they have way less ultimates online right at the start compared to UCSD. But again, UCSD needs to find a way to contest against the Ramattra pick here.
This Winston falling oh so low. Good thing he got out of there. Deity closes up the false bomb. Nothing there. Goes a little bit wide to the right. So now it'll be just a rundown. Annihilation is available for Smallef, but is moved away for a little while, so nothing there. Could very well use it, especially with inside of that small room. Won't use it for right now. Dragon Strike comes down the middle towards the robot. Nothing there. However, Akamai caught on the wrong side of the Dragon Strike, and Glade will go ahead and use the Storm Arrows to get rid of it. Matrix was also used, but this is probably going to go to no avail here. But it is the Annihilation that's going to get popped. Is slept for a little while. Smallef kept down and is kept at bay for quite a little while here. And now you have the Blizzard out. You have the Rally out at the same time. This Anna's in so much trouble, and it's cleared out for right now. They're just trying to scrap alongside here in the middle. Proper Rage is able to get rid of River God, but it might be too little too late here as the Winston will go down, and it will be Deity, the last one alive to try to get rid of Akamai. Falls oh so low, but they get rid of him just in time in 45 meters and pushing here now for UHE.
It was a very back and forth fight, but in the end, the University of Hawaii was able to just overcome all the aggression that UCSD had. You can dive as much as you want, but when that Ramattra throws in the Rapidus Vortex, just completely slow you down and starts punching him left, right, and center. Winston, like we just saw, has to go back. But again, Akamai and Glade trying to restabilize and get each other's teams back on the forefront.
And they lose Banana Lupia, but that's okay. That's a Lucio. Overclock has popped up. Lucio will come back in time. But anyways, they see one, and that Disruptor Shot's going to do a little bit of damage already. Akamai popping the Overclock just to back them out, but they do get the forward spawn. They do get the checkpoint inside. UCSD just trying to find some kind of opening, but the Pulse Bomb whips. However, Akamai still lands up going inside of it, and Deity does take care of Akamai, but it's DPS for DPS. We keep going There's the sleep dart on, and the sleep dart does find Small Left. Small Left trying to do their best, and now it's the Nana boost onto the Winston. The Winston is in a lot of trouble here in the back line, although is getting fueled up, so that's good news for right now if you're UCSD. Arias is able to take care of River God, which should signal a fight win here for the Tritons. They will back them off for right now as Say and Banana Lupia both go down. 86 meters though, the difference big for UAG, as 74 meters the difference for the Tritons to come back from.
Tritons were able to get the Rainbow Warriors off their cart, but look at how far the bot is into their territory. 86.66 meters all the way deep into San Diego's territory. They need to start marching this back forward and fast as they can. And again, they still have those forward spawns, so that University of Hawaii is able to recontest very, very quickly.
Annihilation is available for Small Left yet again. Arias coming up on another primer right closer to Tank Ultimate. Annihilation is going to be not popped off just yet. It's going to be the App Matrix and another Dragon Strike down the middle. This time, Akamai gets the better of Glade. Even if you're on the wrong side of the Dragon Strike, you're on the wrong side of the barrel. Akamai gets Glade down, makes it a 5v4 scenario now. They're just trying to push him, and again, it looks like they're going to win this fight without having to use basically a good ultimate, except for the application matrix. That's still huge for you. You only use one in the process. Now you're just running them down at this point. Sleep Dart misses. You're going to pop them out, and now it's going to be the Annihilation popped up just to keep out this Ana. The shield bash is up, the rally is up as well, but they're just putting so much pressure on to this support line, and now this Ana's in a lot of trouble here. They're going to pull out the Nemesis form. There goes Deity. Glade is able to get River, but it might be too little too late. They get the fourth spawn yet again. The robot will push them just a little bit more here. UHE will regroup, but they know they've got the fourth spawn.
One step forward, and then UH just comes and slams the truck back into them. But even though they were able to secure the forward spawns, they don't have enough players to continue pushing on forward deeper into SD's territory. San Diego is going to be pushing the bot back, and as we are going to see the engagement start to come back into the fray here.
Oh, but the Blizzard is gone. Safe to use the Blizzard, but it doesn't matter anyways. You died before the Blizzard can even be dropped. And so the Blizzard is gone. And now it makes it a little bit more of a tougher scenario for UH to answer. Good thing, though, you've got a sound barrier to use and Small Left punching away at the rest of the team. Yes, DD gets Akamai. Don't matter. Robot pushes up for a little bit more room. DD has to power slide away. And UCSD is on the back foot this time around as the Robot will get more distance for UAG.
And that was such a good pick on to Say there, shutting down the Blizzard. But in the end, UH was just able to completely capitalize off of that death somehow and just circle and trample over the rest of San Diego. 99.37 is as the cart is marching forward as the next engagement takes place.
See here, 99 meters along the way. Nana boost on the Winston, and the Winston is walled off. Great May wall there to keep that Winston at bay. Make sure the only way you can get over it is the jump hack. Akamai able to get an overclock kill on the Deity. Gets another one off the Reese as well. Akamai's in the back line, and Akamai's wreaking havoc for 3. And this is just all but over for this fight because Akamai just went all the way around and said hello, wrapped around from the H3. Got the 3 kills, making a 4th one as 100 meters UHE will push.
UH is literally kissing the doorstep of UCSD's spawn. Look at the ultimates that are online on each side. There is only an amplification matrix, but there is also a brutal annihilation coming online for the side of University of Hawaii. It's overclock from Deity, and the Dragon Strike need to be able to split up the rest of UH and snipe them out, sending them back into their spawn.
Dragon Strike will come down the middle of the lane here, and Dragon Strike will not find anything for the moment. River God does have the application matrix middle, and they're Small Left using the Annihilation yet again. Gets pooped around, but it's not even going to matter when the rest of the team is right in front of it anyways. And now the overclock comes out. Deity does find the immortality built to advantage here on cooldowns, at least for the Tritons for right now. However, Small Left with the Annihilation is able to find one. Back in the Nemesis form they will go. Sound Barrier is used by Fish. But Deity, now getting rid of River, might be a huge enough pick for you to win out this fight. And although Say and Small Left still doing work on this, is able to find 2 as well, right on the final meters in the home stretch. I'm just trying to complete the map in general. Akamai gets rid of Glade. If you can win the team fight here, you complete the map. And Small Left and Akamai finding their kills to wrap this one up. There goes the Kiriko, and now it's just the Ramatra left to go on the point, and Ramatra, no more Nemesis form either. Ramatra leaving it there. Sound Barrier just to secure this one already. They're going to try to contest this for the final few meters already. The Tracer has to rewind. Blade dials go down, and the final 3 meters left to go. The Fade just there just to keep them secure for just a little while longer, but UCSD can do no more as UAG goes Ekahi, Elua, Ekolu, Eha. 3-1 your final score. UH goes into tomorrow with a top 8 seed.
This is exactly what they needed. Sure, the loss to Boise State was not a very pretty loss, but in the end, a clean win against UCSD. it was exactly what was needed. The one hiccup on Circle Royale, you could call it down to luck. Everything else, though, perfect execution on the side of University of Hawaii. No dive composition was ever able to break the barrier that was the rush composition of the University of Hawaii. Beautiful execution from players like Say. Beautiful execution from the new and hot tank player, Small Left, showing exactly why they were picked up for this roster.
8 minutes before we hit the 7 o'clock hour, and University of Hawaii can go into tomorrow feeling pretty good with the momentum as they will head into tomorrow's CECC West Open qualifiers with the top 16 spot as well as a top eight seed. So we will find out what their bracket seeding is come tomorrow. Of course, more coverage on that coming up on ESU tomorrow for the finals at the very least, and we'll give you the recap afterwards as well. But overall, UH goes into tomorrow, top 8 seed, only needing to win the first round to guarantee themselves a spot in the CECC West Regional overall, and eventually try to land up with a spot at CECC Finals, wherever that may be. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll have an interview from the UHE team as you're watching the CECC West Open qualifiers right here on UH Esports. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, here inside of the booth, and you can see to our right now, one of the players from the University of Hawaii Esports team, aka, you know what? I won't be the one to say it. You go ahead and say what your name was, sir.
Hello, my name is XX Guckmonger with a 3.
All right,
Are you
AKA,
sure? Are you sure?
yeah,
You sure that's your legal name?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's on the birth certificate.
aka Say here, joining us here in the University of Hawaii side. Sir, for you, well done to you and your team. How do you feel about going into tomorrow with the top 8 seed, knowing that all you guys need is that one win to give yourselves a spot into the CECC West Regional?
We're pretty confident, but I'd say overall we like to treat every match as if it's like basically the boys' match today. Every opponent, no matter we stopped looking at their profiles. A lot of the times we'd psych each other out, and we'd be like, oh, you know, in past matches we'd see that they're masters or they're diamond, and they'd get like an upper hand on us sometimes, and we'd have to take it seriously after. So we've kind of like got rid of all our bad habits, and it's helped us a lot. So we're not really nervous a lot, but we're going into each match with an opportunistic type of perspective.
So again, looking into the opponents that you faced today, obviously UCSD, you were able to completely convincingly put them away 2 times tonight. But that Boise's match, can you walk us through what are the things that we're going to learn from the Boise match and from these other matches going into the remainder of this tournament?
So yeah, Boise was a really tough. They're obviously probably one of the best teams in the West. They're definitely up there, especially in the collegiate scene. Um, I think things we've learned from it is that we're getting closer. Obviously we're nowhere near right now beating them. However, we did learn a lot of macro and micro things that we need to fix through our team and apply that to every match to improve our play, to try to get close to that level that Boise currently sits at.
Say joining us here for a quick interview as they get ready for tomorrow, being a top 8 seed overall. For those of you just joining us, 200 to nothing percentage-wise on map 1 on Arctic Peninsula. Dropped Circuit Royale, but then would win 3-1 on New Junk City, and overall completes the map on Colosseo. Last question for you, sir. One more. You have, I guess you could say that this account is a funny account name. Give me an idea for your next for another account name, if you will. Give me another fun one that you have.
I have a couple accounts. I have like Concrete Eater. I have Respect Lemon. I was looking at some, like I had one recently called Poggers Feet. I kind of just go with whatever I woke up with. I woke up and I went to the gym and I was thinking like, oh, I should change one of my account names for this tournament, because whenever we go into tournaments on Say, normally the results are kind of mediocre or mixed. So I was like, I think for a good change in pace, I'm gonna do a funny account and just see how it goes. Worked
Are
out.
you gonna be
So
Good luck,
Are you gonna be so tomorrow we won't have any coverage here on UHG side, but I'm assuming that you will be streaming your perspective of this, right?
yes, I will be.
Yes, so go check out that's say_OW. Check out his channel for some more action, if you will, tomorrow. Sir, congratulations, good wins today, and we'll see you tomorrow for the top 16.
Right on. Thank you for casting.
All right. Well, thank you very much for playing well, and for the UHG side, a great game overall for them. Again, 3-1 your final score against UCSD. They beat them twice, so overall score of 6-1. And hey, that's not a bad thing for UHG overall going into tomorrow for momentum.
This is exactly what the University of Hawaii was looking for this whole time. Just getting a nice, consistent spot into this tournament. And again, really proud of our team for going in tonight. Boise match, even though it was tough, like Say was saying, this is exactly what they needed. Learn from the hard opponents now. Get out those ugly losses early so then we can start coming back strong for the tournament. Don't psych ourselves out. We got this coming into the bag.
So final scores overall one more time. The University of Hawaii winning their very first match 3-0 over the UC San Diego, giving themselves an automatic spot in the top 16. Would lose to Boise State 0-3, but in the end, giving themselves a top 8 seed overall to beat UC San Diego 3-1, giving themselves a chance to move on into the CECC West Regional coming up in a month's time. Thank you very much to our producer/observer, Pog Chin, for my partner, Joao here. Klutchke here, thank you for watching this entire stream. 3 matches in the books, and UHG goes into tomorrow with some momentum as a top 8 seed overall. If you want to watch the finals coming up for the entire CECC West Open qualifiers, check it out on Esports U tomorrow, coming about 2 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time. For all of us here at UHG, we say thank you very much for watching, and until the next time, take care, everybody, and aloha.
Go Bows.